question. Honorable members, prayers. Let us pray. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. Amen. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who strive to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, item 2, messages from the President. I have 2 messages from the President. The first dated 1st November 2022, and the second 4th November 2022. So I start with the first. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I insist that when I'm reading messages, there should be silence. The first message, dated 1st November 2022, reads as follows. Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I'll be traveling outside the country today, 1st November 2022, to Abidjan, Côte d'Ivoire, at the invitation of Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank, to participate in the Africa Investment Forum, scheduled to be held from 2nd to 4th November, and part of which is dedicated to investments in Ghana. I will return to Ghana in the evening of Wednesday, 2nd November 2022. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoudou Bawumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely and best wishes, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The second message is dated 4th November 2022, and it reads, Mr. Speaker, absence from Ghana. In accordance with Article 59 of the Constitution, I write to inform you that I will be traveling outside the country on Saturday, 5th November 2022, to Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt, at the joint invitation of the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt, His Excellency Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, and the United Nations Secretary General, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, to lead Ghana's delegation to the World Leaders Summit of the 27th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC COP27, scheduled to be held from 7th to 8th November 2022. Furthermore, I will depart Egypt for New York on Wednesday, 9th November 2022, to chair the high-level UN Security Council debate convened by Ghana on 10th November 2022 as part of the program of work for our presidency of the Council for the month of November. I will return to Ghana in the evening of Friday, 11th November 2022. During my absence, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoudou Bawumia, shall, in accordance with Article 68 of the Constitution, act in my stead. Yours sincerely and best wishes, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Honorable members, I think we owe it as a duty to apologize to the public for the delay in the commencement of proceedings today. We're billed to have started at 10 in the morning. It's now a few minutes to 12. I will, on your behalf and on my part, apologize sincerely for the delay. It was due to the usual communications because of the impending business for today. Today, 10th November 2022, is historic. And I'll tell you why I say it's historic as we go along with the business today. And so I apologize once again, and I want to assure Ghanaians and the general public that we really mean business, and what we scheduled will be done. I don't have any formal communication today, so we'll move to item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. We will start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 9th November 2022. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8. Sorry, honorable member, page 7, page 8, yes.
Mr. Speaker, page 8. Mr. Speaker, I was absent yesterday with permission, but I've been captured as absent without permission.
Page 8.
Mr. Speaker, number 9, item 9, page 8. My name is Akando Kobena Minta. Doctor.
But you were here yesterday.
Mr. Speaker, I was absent with permission.
Who granted you the permission? Yes, honorable member.
Speaker, still on page 8, item number 14.
Honorable member, let's finish with the first issue. I thought you were going to talk on that. Honorable Akando, who granted you the permission?
Mr. Speaker, the procedure that you have outlined in this House is that we must go through our leadership. Mr. Speaker, I did exactly that. And I had a signal from my leader that he also forwarded everything to you in good faith.
What is your understanding of the procedure?
Mr. Speaker, if I could recall, he said that matters of this nature, we must go through our leadership. And that when they okay it, they will, Mr. Speaker, communicate to you. So I did what I was supposed to do, and I had a signal from my leader that he also did what he was supposed to do.
Leaders, yes, Honorable Atu Forsen, I recognize. Yes, leaders, what is the procedure? Yes, please, Minority Chief Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you rightly indicated, yes, it's true that he completed the form, and I did make the recommendation for him to be allowed to be absent yesterday. But, Mr. Speaker, as you know, we've all been cautioning members to do this and get the permission before they leave. But most of the times, when it is recommended, they assume that once the leadership have recommended is going to accept and then they proceed to leave. So yes, it's true, he completed the leave of absence form, and I did make the recommendation to your office with the assurance that I was going to be here today. So that was done. But we've not been able to get any feedback from your office, because I know the only time we get a feedback from your office is when the request has been rejected. And since we didn't receive any communication from your office, we are assuming that the request and the recommendation was granted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, there you are. The assumption did not come true. So the table office was correct in marking you absent without permission, because the Speaker has not granted permission to you in writing. Usually, the procedure, as you stated, is to complete the form. And please, let me take this opportunity to emphasize this point. Make sure the form is completed. Many of you don't answer all the questions. But your leaders, whether out of pressure or something, just recommend. And I've been graciously granting it. I will insist that you complete the form properly before submitting. Don't forget the constitutional provision on leave of absence. We are taking serious note of this matter. And as I said, I'll be delivering my understanding of the standing orders and also the constitutional provision, and I'll be applying it. Anybody who disagrees with me is entitled to proceed to any other vein. Whether you are going to Antoine Yama or Antoine Yama or whatever, or court, that is your business. Antoine Yama. Because for Antoine Yama, you know, I'm a Dagati. It doesn't come under my decision at all. No. Wherever you go, it won't stick. And so, please, take this matter seriously and go according to the law. I cannot, by law, grant any member of parliament to absent himself or herself from the sitting of the House for more than 15 days within a meeting. This is just notice. I'll give you comprehensive explanation on these points. So please, where they say number of days on the form, absent, complete it. We are really noting down everything. And every meeting, we'll be raising this issue. And we'll be noting those who have been absent for more than 15 days without the permission of the Speaker in writing. Yes, because of the mandate the people have given you to represent them here. It's a very serious mandate, and it's one of the pillars of multi-party democracy. So kindly take it very serious. So you were absent without permission. I will be looking at your application, and then if you are so qualified, I'll grant you permission. But not retrospectively, no. No, I can't do that. Page 9, yes.
Speaker, same issue, same spirit, but different other issue. On page 8, item 14, the Honorable Second Deputy Speaker is on official program. He has filled the leave of absence form. Same thing to 15 on page 8. The Honorable Arnold Domprede, the Majority Chief Whip, was on at Pan-African Parliament. And then number 23, 30 and 32. The same thing, they filled the form to leadership. We did our recommendation, but you were unavoidable absent. So the table office communicated that you are the only person to give the permission, and since you were not around, so since yourself were absent, when you return, you'll be able to act on it later. Thank you.
Honorable Habib, you are of the old school, but you are too young to be of the old school. I work everywhere I am. And whilst I was away, I was approving the permissions that were being given and channeled through my office to me. You can cross-check from my secretariat. Okay? We are not in the 18th century. Yes, Honorable Katie Hammond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, can we have a little bit of clarification on the matter that you just dealt with about giving leave permission or leave for one to be absent? Speaker, I'm not sure whether we're kind of getting it. I'm not sure if I'm getting what you're saying. I thought that by the constitutional mandate, I have the privilege of being absent for a few days before the 15th. Thereafter, your authority is required or your permission is required. So if you say that you don't have the mandate, constitutional mandate, to grant me leave of absence beyond the 15 days, I'm now wondering, when then do you have the authority to give me leave to be absent?
Can you go back to read the genesis of this rule in the Constitution? Read it from the time of the First Republic up to date. Go and read the constitutions. You are a lawyer by profession. You will come to understand why I made this statement. But as I indicated earlier on, I'll be coming out with a written guidance to members on this matter. And as I said, if you are not satisfied, you are entitled to.
As for the Atwanyamai, nobody will take you on that. You know, so, but I read it and I thought my understanding is what I'm trying to prefer. But we'll go back to it and then we will see.
Actually, initially it used to be 20 days, but the 20 days was within a session of Parliament. It's the 1992 Constitution that reduced it to 15 days within a meeting. So you go and read. Okay. Page 9. Yes, Deputy.
Mr. Speaker, having given me a smile, it appears your mood has changed to that of joy. Because earlier I thought you were not in a good mood. Because you knocked Habib and knocked the prefect.
The fact that they've been absent without permission.
You are in a very good mood. Now, initially I thought you were not in a good mood. So I was trying to catch your attention. Mr. Speaker, you gave him a technical knockout, and you did same to your son, Habib. Mr. Speaker.
Well, I'm not a pugilist.
Mr. Speaker, may we have a look at Article 97 1C?
Article 97.
It is so, Mr. Speaker. 97, I mean, of the Constitution.
1C.
Mr. Speaker, the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana.
We are now handling votes and proceedings.
There was a prayer from Honorable Katie for your guidance.
And I asked him to go and read. You want to read for him?
Mr. Speaker, with your leave. It can only be with your leave.
Please, may you resume your seat.
Very well.
Page 9. Page 10. Yes, page 10.
Speaker, if I may take you back to page 8, item number 30. I believe that my application for leave was duly granted as 26th of October. And so it cannot be the case that I'm marked absent without permission yesterday. So,
Honorable Member, were you in the House?
No, I was not.
Sorry?
I was absent with permission yesterday.
Who granted you the permission?
Speaker, I believe that the Speaker granted my permission when I put in.
You agreed with who?
Said I believe.
You believe?
Yes.
That's a very wrong belief.
I say so because on the Friday.
Honorable Member, I said it's a wrong belief. So please, may you resume your seat. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14, page 15, page 16. Yes, sir.
Honorable Speaker, on page 16, item 3, Roman numeral VII, the designation for Mr. Francis Ahiza should be Director, Monitoring and Evaluation Unit, Ministry of Roads and Highways. The "of" was omitted. Thank you.
Honorable Member, thanks so much for drawing our attention to that. Table office, please insert the "of" after ministry. Page 17, page 18. Yes.
I'm most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, there is an omission in the first paragraph at page 18, the meeting of the Committee on Government Assurances. The committee met on Wednesday, 31st August 2022 at 11 a.m. and considered assurances made by the Honourable Minister responsible for local government. By is omitted. So if the table office can kindly correct it. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, thanks so much. Please insert "by" after "made." Table office kindly do so. Page 19, page 20, page 21, page 20. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My name, they've added an H to it. And Atta Mills is spelled A-T-T-A. There's no H in that one. Thank you very much, sir.
Table office, that's page 20, item 2. Roman I-X. The Atta, there is no H. Page 21, page 22, page 23, page 24, page 25. Yes, Honorable Member.
Right, Honorable Speaker, they've made the same mistake on page 25.
Table office, consequential amendment. Page 26, yes.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I believe our honourable colleague will want the table office's correction to be whole and complete. They are also introducing a hyphen in his name, which is not supposed to be the case. Atta Mills is without a hyphen, so if they can complete the corrections. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The correction is on which page? Honorable Member, are you talking about page 25?
Yes, sir, page 25.
But
And
the hyphen is there on page 25.
there should be no H.
Yes, that was the correction he made.
Yes, sir.
But you are talking about us adding the hyphen. It should be taken off.
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker.
Again?
The hyphen could be taken off, yes.
Yeah, but the earlier one, you didn't ask us to take off the hyphen. Is there?
Right, Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, I spoke about the H.
Yes.
Yes.
But you left the hyphen.
Yes, sir.
And so it continues.
Yes. Because there's another correction to be made on page 28.
So it was an oversight.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Table office, please H and hyphen, both should be deleted. Page 26. Page 27. The same correction, consequential, page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Yes, Honourable Member.
Right, Honourable Speaker, let me take you back to page 30. Item 1 under Committee on Defence and Interior. The chairman of the committee is Honourable Kennedy Ohini Ajapong, not Ken Ohini Ajapong. Thank you.
Is the Honourable Chairman around? Honourable Member, do you have any objection to your name being called Ken? Honourable Mr. Ken Ohini Ajapong, do you have any objection to the use of Ken? You prefer it to be Kennedy?
It's Ken. Ken Ohini Ajapong. It's Ken.
Honourable Member, he prefers Ken.
Ken. Short.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, since the convention of the House, Mr. Speaker, resides in your bosom, Mr. Speaker, is it the case that honourable members of the House have the permission or they have a contract, Mr. Speaker, to take up the issue of other colleagues' names and the proper rendition and the pronunciation and all that on behalf of members who are actually in the House? But we simply already have a very serious situation where a colleague is attributing to an honourable member who is right here in the Parliament today a name which doesn't belong to him. So, Mr. Speaker, can we have a ruling on that? The honourable member in the House, they should allow him, like our brother, the honourable member from Commander, when he objected to Atamils, the comma, the hyphen, and the H, he was here, and my younger brother, Honourable Tong, Member of Parliament, wanted to take up, Mr. Speaker, that job, and he got it disastrously wrong. And this other guy, Mr. Speaker, is also, you didn't get it wrong. Okay, thank you very much. Let there be a ruling. Members in the House should take up the challenge themselves and not others who are not employed, who have not been commissioned to take it up for them. It will lead us into temptation, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, this is what we call practice and procedure. That has been the practice of the House. If you want us to change that practice, you can come properly for us to do so. But since I came here on the 7th of January 1993, that has been the practice. That time you were not yet in Ghana. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, yes, the honourable member for Odododio.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Right Honourable Speaker,
I have noted that the votes and proceedings captures meetings that have been done in September. Meanwhile, this is supposed to be the votes and proceedings of yesterday's deliberations in this House. Your Committee on Local Government had a meeting yesterday. It has not found space in the votes and proceedings of today, but that of September 17th, 18th are the ones we are considering. So I will plead that table office look at this issue critically.
Expedited. Yeah, they should expedite.
Honorable member, ensure that your clerks submit the report early. It's very important. You might have held your meeting, done your deliberation. That has to be transmitted to a table office, and sometimes it takes some time before it reaches the table office. Immediately it gets there, they put it on the order paper. So please cross-check and see whether it is from your committee secretariat or the table office. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 10th sitting held on Wednesday, 9th November 2022 are adopted as a true record of proceedings. Item 5, urgent questions. We have a number of urgent questions on today's order paper, and all the urgent questions, 4 in number, are directed at the Minister for the Interior. The first, which is 5A, stands in the name of the Honorable John Kobina Abam Abwa Santi, the Honorable Member for Impoho. Please, Honorable Member, the Minister has taken his seat. You may ask your question now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask.
Deputy Minister for Finance, are you on your feet on point of order? Yes, please, go on.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask Minister for Interior what measures the ministry is putting in place in the wake of the recent disturbances and unrest in our schools and campuses.
What did you say?
Security and to address the issues of students, agitation and demonstration. Thank you very much.
Please, Honorable Member, speak into the mic and read the question as is captured on the order paper.
Unrest. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior what measures the ministry is putting in place in the wake of the recent disturbances and unrest in our schools and campuses to improve security and to address the issues of student agitation and demonstrations. Thank you very much.
Well, please,
What is the problem?
the question is on the order paper. I'm sure the Minister has read it. Please, you may respond to the question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a rule, generally, it's not a matter of student disturbances and arrests in public schools and campuses. However, there have been a few unfortunate isolated students demonstrations and hesitations in our public schools, notably Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology and Islamic Senior High School, Kumasi. It must be emphasized that these student demonstrations were professionally handled by the police to restore peace and order. The police administration understands the need to provide safe, secure, and congenial atmosphere within our public universities and schools. To this end, the police administration has initiated pragmatic security measures, which include, but not limited to, the following: vigorous police patrols are being carried out in our public schools to respond to any emergency security situation. Police presence in public places within our public schools have also been increased. More plainclothes police personnel have been deployed for surveillance and intelligence gathering to assist in taking proactive measures to prevent violence. Modern gadgets have also been deployed to enable arrest and prosecution of perpetrators of violence, and intelligence-led policing strategy have been put in place to promote the use of covert operations. The police and other security agencies are working in partnership in matters of intelligence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Members,
thank you very much.
We move to question 5B, and is the same honourable member who is to ask the question. Yes, honourable member, you may do so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, once again. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior measures being outlined or implemented by the ministry to tackle the menace of police brutality and attack on civilians, sometimes innocent students, and recent times. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Right, Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is pertinent to note that the duty and responsibility of police in any mob or righteous situation is to maintain law and order while observing international best policing practices. In the midst of riot control, the police always ensures the rights of the rioters are not infringed upon. The police administration would like to reiterate its position and state emphatically that unexplained brutalities and attacks on civilians are unprofessional and unacceptable conduct, which the police service frowns upon. Officers found to have misconducted themselves in this regard have in one way or the other been made to face the due process and appropriate punitive action meted out. Thank you, Right Honourable.
Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
No, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable Members, we move to question 5C. Question 5C stands in the name of Honorable Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rollins. The Honorable Member for Clote Colley. Honorable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask a question, and it's to inquire from the Minister for the Interior what measures the ministry is putting in place to mitigate the devastating impact of the most recent floods on persons living in the affected areas.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, continues to work assiduously to save properties and lives in times of flood and or other disasters. Recently, some districts in the northern part of the country experienced flooding due to spillage of the Bari Dam by the Sonabel of Burkina Faso. Also, in Ashanti and eastern regions, Manso Nkwanta, Chebi, Abuakwa, Koforidua, and Sumbugum have, among others, been affected. Parts of Greater Accra region, Wejagbawi, Ga East and Ga West, as well as Bupe and its environs in the Savannah region have also been affected. NADMO provided both food and non-food items to most affected victims after working hard to save lives and property. Before the spillage of the Bari Dam and Weja Dam, an intensive sensitization program was carried out to educate the populace. Same is ongoing in the Akosombo and Kwon environs to prepare the community towards a probable spillage of the Akosombo and Kwon dams, which are at its fullest peak as we speak. The Minister of the Interior assures the public of NADMO's readiness to continue to save lives and property by using proactive measures and available supplies at hand. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Member, any supplementary?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to find out from the Minister whether the Ministry is considering any collaboration with either the Works and Housing Ministry or the or any other relevant ministry to create reservoirs downstream from some of these dams so that the excess water can be stored for future use, given the erratic nature of our rainfall pattern now and the fact that the water can be used for other purposes, and in the process of doing so, also reduce the amount of spillage that occurs in the surrounding area.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Member has raised a very important point. Yes, NADMO and the Ministry of Interior takes care of the impact on persons and property. Works and Housing has got a plan to deal with the flooding and is working on some infrastructure which include the creation of dams along the line of rivers and what have you. The details of that would be known by the Works and Housing. But at our level, we sometimes have to use equipment to open up gutters and drains to let the water flow. But the more physical construction programs are left first with works and housing, and in some cases, roads and highways, when we find out that some roads have culverts or bridges that are inadequate to contain the flow of water. So yes, there is that collaborative effort, but the details, as far as those programs are concerned, are more in the bosom of the Minister for Works and Housing. Thank you.
Honourable Member, you have another opportunity to ask supplementary.
No, Right Honourable Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable Members, we move to the last urgent question. Question 5D stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Nkranza South, Honourable Emmanuel Kwadwo Ajekum. Honourable Member, you may ask your question now.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to use this opportunity to thank the Minister for Interior. The police station has actually been opened, and I think the question that I'm going to ask has actually outlived. So I just want to say thank you very much, the Minister for Interior, just that we still need more police to be posted to Nkranza. Thank you.
That's all. You have used the opportunity to ask for more. Oliver, please.
Okay, so
question accordingly.
All right, so Mr. Speaker,
Question accordingly.
I'm taking this opportunity to withdraw the question. Thank you.
Well, the question has been withdrawn, and I'm sure it goes with your earlier comment. If you want police personnel to be posted to the station, I think the proper thing to do is to get in touch with the Minister and the Ministry. So question accordingly withdrawn. With this, I want, on behalf of the House, to thank the Minister for answering the urgent questions. We'll now move on to the normal questions, and we'll start with question number 937. Stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Kwando, Honourable Mrs. Della Soa. Honourable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister of Interior the possibility of realigning policing of Befi to be under Kwando Police District in line with the demarcation of the constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Befi is currently under Golokwati Police District, which is under Fajato South District Assembly. Therefore, realigning Befi under Kwando District will require consultation with all stakeholders. I believe even in Parliament here, you could facilitate that by discussion with your colleague from in charge of Afajato. But it's certainly something that we need to do with the participation of the community and stakeholders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Right Honourable Speaker, we have done some consultation. He's now asking that we do more consultation with my neighbour MP. So that will be done. Thank you very much.
Honourable Members, We move to question number 940. Stand in the name of the honorable member for Keita, Honorable Kwame Jujole Gakwe. Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, he has an urgent. Mr. Speaker, I have been asked to ask the question on his behalf. If I'm seeking your leave to do that.
Honorable member, you've been asked by who?
Honorable member, Mr. Speaker.
You say you've been asked to ask the question on his behalf. Who asked you to ask the question on his behalf?
Okay, Mr. Speaker, he has just walked in, so please, he will do his own question.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I rise to ask the Minister for Interior the number of suicide
Honorable
cases.
member, before you ask your question, did you instruct him to ask the question on your behalf?
So yes, please, Mr. Speaker. I went to the washroom.
Since when?
So I asked in case.
Since when did you take back the instructions?
Mr.
You're sorry, but you gave me your.
When did you take back the instructions?
When I was going to the washroom. Mr. Speaker, sorry, I was called, so sorry for that.
Well, I will forgive you. You can ask your question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm highly indebted to you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will please proceed with my question. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior the number of suicide cases recorded among Ghana Police Service personnel and measures being taken to mitigate it.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the year 2020 to date, 3 suicide cases have been reported in Sekendi, Accra, and Tema regions. Mr. Speaker, to address the recurrence of this unfortunate situation, the Welfare Directorate of the Ghana Police Service, in partnership with the Psychological Consulting Unit, embarked on sensitization programs on the following: need for personnel to open up and speak on issues bothering them, provide psychological first aid tips for personnel, detect early signs of mental sickness and the need to report these signs to authorities for help, suicide and its effect on society, among others. In addition to these interim mitigating measures, the Police Administration in February 2021 created the Police Counseling Unit, PCU. The unit is mandated to handle the wellness and general mental health issues of police personnel, their families, and dependents. The unit is situated outside the premises of the Ghana Police Service in order to make it accessible to affected persons without being stigmatized. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you, the Minister, for the answering these questions. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister
as you mentioned in the answer, from 2020, I would like to know whether this unit setup is it in all regions, the unit in terms of the welfare directorate, is it in all regions in Ghana? Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much. It is in all regions, and in fact, as a supportive measure, the police is recruiting more of counselors, more priests, pastors, imams to actually fortify that unit, and all regions are covered.
Any further supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister, how many psychologists do we have in Ghana Police Service, and are they in all regions?
Mr. Speaker, right honorable Speaker, I don't have the number, but I believe if the member is so committed to that, you may file so that I could get the numbers for you.
Honorable Minister, I didn't even grant you the permission to come and answer the question.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very sorry.
I was trying to see whether that could be a supplementary question, not a substantive question. And then you decided to volunteer. Yes, honorable member, I think you may file a substantive question on this, where it requires more investigation and a more detailed answer than a supplementary question. So if you have another supplementary, you may do so now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to find out from the Minister, those in districts and their communities, how would they benefit from these counseling and psychological services?
You said those where?
In the districts and then the communities, the police personnel who are in the district and the communities, how would they benefit from the psychological counseling issues and as well as the welfare?
Why did you ask the question?
Mr. Speaker, because the minister mentioned that these services, the directorates are in regions. They are situated in the regions. That is why I asked that question.
Your substantive question says to ask the Minister for the Interior the number of suicide cases recorded among Ghana Police Service personnel and measures being taken to mitigate it.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now you are being told about the measures being taken to mitigate it, and you are asking how they are going to benefit from those measures.
Mr. Speaker, in his answer provided, he made mention of Welfare Directorate for Ghana Police Service in partnership with Psychological Counseling Unit, embarked on sensitization program on the following. So he mentioned the topics. So I was inquiring from the minister, those from the district as well as the community, the police, how is this benefiting them? Because this unit is set up in the region. That is why my follow-up question go in that direction.
Well, from the answer is for the police. It's not for the public.
Yes, the police in the district as well as community. The police service I'm talking about. They are in the district, they are in the community. That is why I'm asking.
Honorable Minister, maybe you get the question better than I do. So if you have any answer, please.
Right, Honorable Speaker. I don't get it. Actually, the answer about regions was in response to your follow-up, whether the welfare is established in the regions. And I said yes. but these operate as part of the police service. And so I believe that all police are covered.
Yes, honorable members, we move to question number 1080. Stands in the name of the honorable member for Medina, Honorable Francis Xavier Kojo Sosu. Honorable member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior the state of aftercare services in Ghana and measures being taken to improve aftercare services with a view of achieving effective integration of ex-convicts.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Social Welfare Department, a government strategic agency under the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection, is mandated to provide aftercare services to ex-convicts and indeed inmates. This is expected to be carried out in collaboration with the Ghana Prison Service to ensure effective and quality integration of persons into society. Unfortunately, most inmates, ex-convicts, do not benefit from the arrangement for aftercare services from the Social Welfare Department. That notwithstanding, Article 2083, Roman 1 of the 1992 Constitution empowers the Prison Service Council to undertake appointment and composition of welfare committees for prisoners and discharged prisoners, as well as other persons released from legal custody. These committees, with representatives from the Social Welfare Department, also double as prison discharge boards, which seek to and ensure that inmates are adequately prepared for discharge release into society. In addition to the above, provisions of Section 52(1) and Clause 1 and Clause 2 of the Juvenile Act 2003, the Prisons Administration prepares periodic reports on the expiration of detention on juveniles for the attention of the Social Welfare Department to facilitate administering of after-care service to affected juveniles. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to state that Ghana Prison Service is doing its best to ensure inmate discharge behave well to facilitate whole integration into society.
Honorable member, any supplementary?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the answer given by the Honorable Minister, he says that unfortunately most inmates and ex-convicts do not benefit from the arrangement for aftercare services from the Social Welfare Department. So as a sector minister, what exactly have you done to ensure that these inmates benefit? Because it's not enough to simply say that most inmates do not. Why do they not benefit? And what exactly is the ministry doing to ensure that every inmate and every ex-convict benefits from this program?
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, social welfare is not within my remit. But I have told you in my answer that we impact through the boards that we establish, on which we invite social welfare officers to serve. So although we do not benefit from their arrangement, we are able to get their expertise on the boards that we establish. You are one person that I know has shown a lot of interest in President's matters, and I found your interventions useful. But I've told you here that the Prison Service itself is put in place some measures, which are, first of all, you know we now have tertiary education for some of our prisoners under the University of Cape Coast. We have SHS programs and what have you, and also recently, I always want to mention the Pentecost Church at Noso, because the Pentecost Church has come in handy to assist Ghana Prison Service with building of elaborate prison facilities, which has equipment and enables us to train the inmates in a manner that when they are leaving, they also are prepared to go into society and be able to be productive, and therefore the reintegration is not as difficult as it used to be. Of course, it comes with counseling and pastoral work, of course, Islamic and other come in. But why I appreciate the support of Pentecost Church is that it also gives us the facilities, carpentry, business, all the facilities. And I think that it's a matter that we are all committed to making sure that people come back and they are reintegrated. Thank you, Radford.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the answers also provided by the Minister said, let me use this opportunity to state that the Ghana Prison Authorities is doing its best to, quote, ensure inmates discharged behave well to facilitate whole integration into society. Do you have any mechanism of monitoring these ex-convicts to determine whether they are really behaving well in society? And if you do, would you kindly share with the Honourable House?
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, as I speak, we do not have a well-established monitoring system. But I believe you know that we are working towards this non-custodial centers. I believe you have attended the meeting in which we want to build in a system by which we'll be able to monitor the behavior of people. So yes, now we are able to train them, to prepare them for it. But the monitoring could be better. And we are hoping that when we do move with this community service bill, it would enhance our capacity. For now, I would agree that we could do more. Thank you.
Honourable members, we now move to the next question. Question number 1338 stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Achimada. Honourable Alexander Akwasi Akwa.
Most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. So, Speaker, my constituency is Achim Oda. Achim Oda.
Sorry, what did I say?
I thought I heard Akim Ada.
What?
Ada.
Ada. Oh, sorry.
That's what I heard, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, maybe I attempted saying Achimda.
Achimda, yes. You've done it rightly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Interior efforts being made to accommodate the Oda Divisional Police Command in the very appropriate premises, as the command has been operating in a rented apartment since it was created.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the police administration is yet to develop the 89.81 acre land allocated to the Odan Divisional Police Command in 1979 through an executive instrument. Resource constraints have been a major factor to the construction of both office accommodation and barracks for the Odan Divisional Command. Mr. Speaker, in spite of the setback, a group of citizens from Odan resident in the United States of America have proposed to construct the Divisional Police Headquarters on the allocated land for the Odan Divisional Police Command. The Police Command is working to engage the leadership of the association to discuss the way forward. Mr. Speaker, that is the state of affairs as far as the Odan Divisional Police is concerned.
Yes, Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Is the Minister aware that some portions of this land has been encroached and the continuous wait could further aggravate the situation?
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Yes, you are in the area, and you say it's being encroached upon. I would have to draw the attention of the police. But of course, if we develop the land, that will be the best solution to it. I hope that you can work with us, especially that you have an association in the United States that would like to collaborate with you and see how we can do that quickly. But we would also want your input as to how we can deal with any encroachment. But I'll draw the attention of the police administration to what you have said, because you are there, and whatever you say, I take seriously. But we can work together to see all of it. But the best way out is to construct the office. Thank you.
Yes, any more?
Mr. Speaker, as much as I want to work with the Minister and the good people of Achimota and the USA to help construct this edifice, I wish the Minister could assure my constituents that for a land that has been allocated for the past 43 years, this project will find space in his budget anytime soon. Can the Minister assure my constituents?
I want to know what assurance. We have a committee on government assurance here. So what assurance are you looking for, specific?
Mr. Speaker, we've been waiting for the past 43 years since this land was allocated to the Ghana Police Service. And if the reasons we can give for not constructing this edifice is because there isn't funding, for the past 43 years, one would wish that at least in the next 2 or 3 years, we could have this budget being considered, this project being considered in the Interior Ministry's budgets.
So the assurance you want is that the land will be developed. Is that the assurance?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Because if it's talking about money, it's not in his hands. It's in the hands of this House. We approve the budget for all the government ministries and agencies. So, but the assurance he's looking for is whether the police service is committed to developing the land.
Mr. Speaker, rightly so. It's a commitment we are looking for. Because it looks as if from his answer, we are dependent so much on the people from the USA. And if their help is not coming, then we're going to continuously have the land being encroached. And so if the minister could give us a commitment that the police service will definitely have an eye on this project, I'm sure my constituents will be happy.
I didn't see where the commitment is. Now you have veered off again to issue of funds. not the real commitment on the land. For them, yes, they want the land, they want to develop it. The challenge is the funding.
Mr. Speaker, for the past 43 years, I think that it's merely some, out of sight that this project hasn't come up. The commitment may not be that strong enough, and that's why if it's really found space in the questions, then we would need that commitment that the police administration really want to keep that land for the divisional command.
Well, Minister, you may hazard an opinion on it. I may not see that as commitment or assurance, but he wants something to placate the concern of the people at home about the delay in the development of the land.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I can assure that the police and indeed the Ministry of Interior want to build as many police stations as we can. And this House, on both sides, have been supporting our proposals to actually develop facilities. And I want to assure the Honourable Member that there is no lack of commitment on our side, but we're lamenting the lack of resources. Immediately we get resources, we would do it, and do it very fast. I thought that when we discuss in our collaboration, we probably will know how we can assist each other to see how we do it. But there is no lack of commitment on our part. Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Member, any further supplementary?
I'm satisfied, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We move on to question number 1558. Stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Suhum, Honourable Kojo Asante. Honourable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am on my feet to ask the Minister for the Interior, what is the nationality breakdown of foreigners who have registered with the National Identification Authority so far? Thank you very much.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the National Identification Authority, NIA's mandate is to create, maintain, provide, and promote the use of the national identity cards, commonly known as Ghana card, for the advancement of the country's economic, political, and social activities as stipulated in the National Identification Authority Act 2006, Act 707. It's ongoing. The NIA is currently running 2 public-private partnership projects, namely the Foreigner Identification Management Project, FIMS, for the registration of foreigners in Ghana, which commenced in 2012, and the National Identification System, NIS project, which started in 2018 for the registration of Ghanaians from age 0 to infinity. Mr. Speaker, as at 20th October 2022, NIS registered a total number of 163,213 foreigners, made up of persons of various nationalities. The breakdown is attached. It's found at pages 12 to 17. Mr. Speaker, I want your guidance as to whether you want me to read through. So, and it's 203 foreign countries. Please, it's important to note that 1,958 Ghanaians who have become citizens of other countries and renounced their Ghanaian citizenship, such as in Germany and Netherlands, have also been registered as foreign nationals under those countries. Thank you, Right Honourable.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I look at the reports and I realize that the appendix that he attached, I realize that China, the total registration is 34,935. On a lighter note, Mr. Speaker, I want to know whether Aisha 1 indeed is registered. Thank you very much.
You want to know whether
Aisha 1 is duly registered. Thank you.
Aisha 1?
That's right.
Who is Aisha 1?
Mr. Speaker, like I said, it's on a lighter note.
Sorry?
I said it's on a lighter note.
You said it on a lighter note?
Yeah. Then I just want to know if Aisha 1 is indeed registered.
Oh, you're referring to the lady who is being tried in connection with illegal mining. Is that the one you are referring to?
Yes, please.
Aisha Huan. Huan. It's not one.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker.
You said on a lighter note, but I'll ask the minister to answer. Whether the lady being tried in connection with illegal mining is one of those who have been registered as a foreigner, specifically Aisha Huan.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the suspect on trial is on the register of foreigners. And I want to make the point that she was repatriated and she registered under a different name. So the collaboration between NI and the intelligence agencies was what was able to connect the two names and to get her where she is. So she's on the register.
Honourable Member, any further supplementary?
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I have no more questions to ask. Thank you.
Honourable Members, question number. Yes, please. Is Honourable Richard Achampong?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Not Mr. Richard Achampong.
No, this one is honourable.
This one is honourable.
Right Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, referring to the appendix provided by the Interior Minister, he did indicate that 163,213 people have been registered as foreigners. And China is topping the list of 34,935. But Mr. Speaker, strangely, number 12 is Ghana.
Syria 12.
And Ghana, we have 1,946 people registered as foreigners. So I just want to find out from the minister if you have another country called Ghana, or it's referring to this very Ghana that we live in. Thank you very much.
I have not admitted that question. Honourable Members, we move to question number. Yes, please.
very grateful, Mr. Speaker. I have a supplementary question. But before then, I want to kindly draw attention to item number 41 on the table, the spelling of Vietnam.
Honorable Member, where are you?
Page 13. Page 13, item number 41. Viet has been separated from Nam.
We are not.
There is no such country.
We are not yet at correction of votes and proceedings.
I just want to
ask your question.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was just doing that for the records. Mr. Speaker, the supplementary question relates to interfacing. Is the National Identification Authority, by any chance, interfacing, sharing data with other agencies, so that in the incident you refer to, the case of the suspect, Aisha Juan, if information was being shared, for example, between Passport Office, the NIA, SNATE, DVLA, and others, we can avoid these impersonations and people wanting to beat the system with different identities, which will render the whole national identification exercise useless. So I want to find out, is there any interfacing between government institutions? Are they sharing data, or they are operating in silos, which really will render this whole identification process an exercise in futility?
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, yes, we are working hard to make sure that state institutions are linked with this information to make us do better. For instance, if you talk about births and deaths, health, and all other immigration now, we are all working together to have that common source. And so it's important, because if we don't get that right, then to be difficult for us. So for us in the security area, it's very, very important that we do that. And once we do that, to make our work easier. So it's ongoing, but it's not yet completed.
Yes, Honorable Minister, may you, for my personal education, tell me the ages referred to as 0 to infinity. It's in the answer, age 0 to infinity. What are those ages?
Right Honorable Speaker, my understanding is from birth to an infinity. Well, we all want to live forever. We'll live spiritually forever. But since we are going to die at different ages, and Right Honorable Speaker, Psalm 91, with long life will I satisfy. So the infinity is because we cannot cut off at a particular space. It varies from person to person. And
so as you said, the appropriate phrase is from birth to death. But when you say age 0, it means the person is not yet born.
Listen, Right Honorable Speaker, they are different interpretations. For you and I, who are lawyers, I'm on your side. But scientists dealing with data, sometimes you find on their graph 0. And I want to believe it's the beginning. Because 0 is a number.
0 is a number, yes.
It's a number.
But 0 actually means 0.
Number, yes.
And so when they give birth to you, yes, at least you are about a second old. You cannot be 0.
It's a term of art, Mr. Speaker. When it comes out, then there will be 0.1 hour, 0 point, and then it goes away. But it's meant to be from birth.
But 0.1 or 0.001 is not 0.
Well, but when start working, Mr. Speaker, is meant to be from birth to death?
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, is the minister aware that the Birth and Death Registration Act takes into account fetal death?
Takes into account
fetal death. That's the zero. Is he aware?
Where is that act? I think you have to draw our attention to the act. I have not seen it.
Mr. Speaker, when did it hear under your watch?
Under my watch?
Yes. So yes,
my watch?
Yes, under your watch.
Maybe it's under your watch, not my watch. Yes, honorable members, I think we now have the last but two questions before we move on to the issue of the motion. And that is question number 1439. Question number 1439 stands in the name of the honorable member for Uyo, Honorable Honorable Oscar Lewal. Yes, honorable member, you may ask your question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior when the ministry will provide Uyo District with a police patrol van to improve patrols in the district. Thank you.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana is committed to the fight against crime in the country and has over the years resourced the police service with vehicles and other logistics to enable the service to perform its constitutionally mandated duties effectively. The service is currently in short supply of vehicles, and the Uyo district will be considered anytime vehicles are available. Meanwhile, the Northeast Regional Police Command has been tasked to ensure regular patrols in the district as a short-term measure.
Honorable member, any supplementary?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Uyo district is a bit distance from the regional capital, Nalerigu. Therefore, the regional patrols team cannot do effective work.
Honorable member,
respectfully,
please,
I want to appeal to the minister.
Can you read the answer well? He didn't say regional patrols. He said the Northeast Regional Police Command has been tasked to ensure regular patrols. He didn't say the regional people doing the patrols.
I'm saying because of the distance, their work may not be effective. So I'm appealing to the minister.
Why? Uyo is so distant from any other district. It's a matter of instructions.
Speaker, I'm saying the distance.
Between where?
Uyo and the regional capital, Nalerigu.
But that has nothing to do with issue of distance. The answer didn't talk about that.
So I'm appealing to the minister if something can be done as a temporary measure. For the crime rate, especially in the dry season, is always high.
He says that the distance between the regional capital and Uyo is so far, and that they cannot have the regional patrols being effective in the Uyo district. Yes, any temporary measure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, The police administration now has developed various strategies. Patrols, you would see, even some part of the north, we've got bikes for police to cover various areas. So Yo-Yo has been designated as one of the places to be covered by that patrol. It's not a regional patrol. We have highway and then we have the locality. So I can assure you that you are covered. In any case, we are still moving. We are trying to cover as much of the country as possible. And we are establishing 4 police units to cover all regional and district police. So it's an ongoing process. And you might be shocked to get a vehicle earlier than you think. But for now, we are still waiting for vehicles. And I always want to repeat ad nauseum the support of Parliament. We've gone on several meetings and Parliament has been behind us. And now we are covering more of the country than we have ever done. So Yo-Yo, please be patient.
Yes, Honourable Member, any further supplementary?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay.
Honourable Members, the last question, question number 1440, stands in the name of the Honourable Member for Sisala West, Honourable Adams Mohammed Suparu. Honourable Member, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for the Interior what steps the Ministry has taken to improve police presence in and around the Sisala West District to deter criminal activities and threats of terrorism. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is the desire and responsibility of the government and the police service to provide security for all citizens in the country. The police service will continue to provide adequate security to the people of Ghana to enable them go about their daily activities without fear or intimidation. To this end, the government has resourced and continue to provide logistical support to enable the police to perform its core mandate effectively. Soon, some districts, including Sisala West, will receive additional logistics to enhance their operational and combat readiness, as well as the deployment of a foreign police unit to deal with the security threat in the district. In addition, the police, in the bid to enhance policing across the board, will in the coming days post the newly passed out police constables to all regions to ensure police presence and effectiveness. It has always been said, and I believe rightly, that security is a shared responsibility. And much as we expect the security officials to do their work and flush out social miscreants in our communities, the officers depend on information from the public in order to arrest these criminals. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Member, any supplementary?
Yes. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, may I find out from the Honourable Minister whether the additional logistics that will be provided, he said in his answer that soon some districts, including Sisala West, will receive additional logistics to enhance their operation. I want to find out from the Minister whether that logistics includes vehicles, because as we speak, Sisala West do not have a moving vehicle for police to do their normal patrols. Thank you.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I want to assure the Member of Parliament that it includes vehicle. Wherever we have foreign police unit, there will be a vehicle with a number of motorbikes feeding into the vehicle. So yes, there would be a vehicle. And I believe, all things being equal, we should be able to hit those districts before the end of the year.
Yes, any further supplementary?
Yes, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I again find out from the Honourable Minister, considering the population of Sisala West, according to 2021 population and housing census, Sisala West population is about 64,000, and the police strength currently stood at 46. Only 46 police personnel are in the district, and the police to civilian ratio is 1:1,390, and per my checks, the standard is supposed to be 1:500. It means that the deficit is about 82 police personnel. I want to find out from the minister whether the police personnel that will be deployed to the various districts, if the minister can assure the people of Sisala West that the 88 deficit that we are currently lacking, whether we'll get the number. Thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, certainly, Sisala West will have more police officers than they have now. Because when you talk of a foreign police unit, it has a number that it comes with. As a foreign police unit, independent of your police, district police office. So, it will come. Like I told you, you normally have the vehicle with a number of motorbikes operating together as a foreign police unit. And as the answer has shown, we are going to post the newly passed out officers, and we are going to continue to send as many as we can. But a definite number, I will not be able to promise you. Who knows? Are you saying that if the number is beyond that, you protest? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member, Minister, it's not your time to ask questions. Yes, any further? Thank you so much. Honourable members, the time for questions is over. We now move to item 7, which is statements. Today, we're not taking any statement, and I will seek your indulgence to suspend sitting for 10 minutes. But before I do that, let me thank the Minister for Interior for attending upon the House and responding to the questions of members. Minister, we are grateful. Honourable members, 10 minutes suspension of sitting. I'll be back within the 10 minutes. Thank you so much.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I'm grateful for your indulgence. We'll move straight to at the commencement of public business. I've been asked to move straight to item 10 at page 5 of the order paper. Motion. To move by the Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to move the motion that this honorable House passes a vote of censure on the Minister responsible for Finance, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, in accordance with Article 82 of the 1992 Constitution on the following grounds. And Mr. Speaker, I intend to lead evidence to support those grounds. 1, his despicable conflict of interest, ensuring that he directly benefits from Ghana's economic woes as his companies receive commissions and other unethical contractual advantage, particularly from Ghana's debt overhang. His unconstitutional withdrawals from the Consolidated Fund in blatant contravention of Article 178 of the 1992 Constitution, supposedly for the construction of a President's Cathedral. 3, illegal payments of oil revenues into offshore accounts in flagrant violation of Article 176 of the 1992 Constitution. Deliberate and dishonest misreporting of economic data to Parliament. Fiscal recklessness leading to the crash of the Ghanaian cedi, which is currently the worst performing currency in the world. Alarming incompetence and frightening ineptitude, resulting in the collapse of the Ghanaian economy and an excruciating cost of living crisis. And gross mismanagement of the Ghanaian economy, which has occasioned untold and unprecedented hardships to Ghanaians. Mr. Speaker, let me start off by stating that this is the first time, probably under the Fourth Republic, for a vote of censure motion to be moved against a Minister of State, in accordance with Article 82 of the Constitution and Order 108 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. We, the minority members of Parliament, dutifully and faithfully complied with all the procedures and processes required by Article 82 and the Standing Orders of this House. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, even though this is the first time, the Oxford English Language Dictionary describes censure to mean express severe disapproval of something. We, on this side, and I believe my colleague opposites, if they will let their votes count, will share the same standing with us, that we disapprove of the performance of Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta, who has run the Ghanaian economy aground, and he must take full responsibility for inflicting unparalleled and unprecedented hardships on Ghanaians, Ghanaian businesses, ordinary citizens. Mr. Speaker, I will share with you today that Ken Ofori-Atta in 2017, as was further reported by the President in his first State of the Nation address, reported that he inherited a national debt in their words colossal 120 billion Ghana cedis. Today, Mr. Speaker, is projecting that Ghana's debt will stand at 522 billion by close of year 2022. Mr. Speaker, an additional 400 billion of borrowed money as supported by the World Bank will bring our debt to GDP to 105%. Mr. Speaker, we heard the President himself in a Sunday announcement to Ghanaians that he intends that by 2028, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo himself, he will work to improve Ghana's debt to GDP ratio to 55%. I shall ask Mr. Speaker, where will the President be in 2028? This is not his burden, and this will not be his responsibility. Mr. Speaker, the prices of goods, in Ghana for ordinary Ghanaian, a 50-kilo bag of pastry, which sold at 100 Ghana cedis in 2016, is selling at 560 Ghana cedis. A bag of imported rice, which sold at 150 cedi, is selling at 650 Ghana cedis. Cooking oil.
Just a minute. Hold your breath. Hold your breath. Yes, Deputy Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, the lead applicant in this motion argues that he is moving the motion and leading evidence. Mr. Speaker, it must be emphasized that it is one thing moving the motion and another thing leading evidence. And therefore, it is my contention that at this stage where he has moved his motion, I hold a preliminary objection, which with your leave, I would want to put across before the evidence is led. Mr. Speaker, in leading evidence, is to me that for the optics and for the politics of which he intends to achieve, he would have learned into believing that this supposed evidence which is held by him, which the respondent has not had the opportunity to peruse, will be carried. Mr. Speaker, therefore, it is my contention that please grant me leave to raise a preliminary objection in terms of the motion paper and the grounds of sale, so that, Mr. Speaker, if you make a determination in my favor, perhaps certain consequential orders could be made. Mr. Speaker, because I did say a week ago that the grounds of the motion are merely ex cathedra. They are not based on reason, fact, or in any law. What you have are ex cathedra matters. But if you now say you are leading evidence, the respondent, these are matters of law. These are matters of law. Please allow. No. I've sought Mr. Speaker's permission. Mr. Speaker has granted me leave. It is my right to speak. Yes, but he should seek Mr. Speaker's attention before. Mr. Speaker, the right of fair hearing is guaranteed in the Constitution. I am saying that I have a preliminary objection. With preliminary objection, I am bringing to the fore upon him moving his motion. However, if he proceeds after moving the motion to lead his evidence, it may be too late. Mr. Speaker, to arrest his motion on the procedural grounds upon which my preliminary objection are grounded. Therefore, grant me leave to proceed with my preliminary objection at this point, because he's going into evidence. And he said so in his motion. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Majority Leader, please kindly allow him to move the motion. I will give you the opportunity to put across your preliminary objection. So allow him to move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I was establishing that the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta has mismanaged the Ghanaian economy and therefore incompetent and not fit for purpose to continue to hold himself as Minister responsible for finance. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm inviting my colleagues opposite the aisle to join us. Let your vote count. In bidding him farewell and goodbye to save this economy, to save businesses, to save savings and investment. Mr. Speaker, I was on a crate of egg. A crate of egg which sold for 12 cedis is now 40 cedis. A bag of pure water which sold for 1.5 Ghana cedis is now 10 cedis. Cement which sold for 18 Ghana cedis is now 95 Ghana cedis. Soya beans which sold for 150 Ghana cedis is now 500 Ghana cedis. A bucket of onions, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minority Leader, honorable members, this is a very serious motion.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I'll table this for table to take note.
I want us to take this matter seriously. The whole world is watching us. We'll definitely do what is right. And therefore, you all be given the opportunity to have a say. Let's do that with all seriousness. No drama, no theatrics. Please, just listen to each other. Ghanaians are also listening. And so I take this matter seriously because we've gone through a similar situation before in 1999. At that time, it was the late Honorable Justice D.F. Annan who was presiding. So I know what happened during that period because I was here. There are a lot of issues that we have to consider when you are moving such a motion. And he did grant opportunity, a lot of opportunity for members to contribute, to even guide him as to what is the right path to do. And he did that. I'm guided by that because that one was a motion calling on the House to simply tell the minister to resign. But this one is more serious. This one is constitutional, more imperative than just a motion trying to address a matter of public concern. This one is a motion for very serious and directed to the president. And there's a process you go through. The earlier one, no, it's just any ordinary motion. But they went through it, and I'm guided by all that. So please, let's give each other a chance. Let's listen. The freedom of speech cannot be curtailed here, but no indecent language. This is a serious matter. You know the state in which we are. And so we can no longer fail to show leadership in this country. Please, you may continue.
Speaker, I will tender the prices of goods December 2016 to November 2022, ending with the price of fertilizer, which increased from 75 Ghana cedis to 500 from 2016. So I'll tender it. But Mr. Speaker, as you have, I take a clue from you, and I'm urging my colleagues opposite that we've been there before, as you've just stated. And Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I'm invoking Article 82 of the 1992 Constitution. This motion is based on Article 82, which provides, and Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, I quote, Parliament may, by a resolution supported by the votes of not less than 2/3 of all the members of Parliament, pass a vote of censure on a Minister of State. 2. A motion for the resolution referred to in Clause 1 of this article shall not be moved in Parliament unless, Mr. Speaker, 2A, 7 days notice has been given of the motion. That, Mr. Speaker, you have helped us to comply with. B, the notice for the motion has been signed by not less than 1/3 of all the members of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we've complied with that. And Mr. Speaker, 3, it shall be debated in Parliament within 14 days after the receipt by the Speaker of the notice for the motion. Mr. Speaker, we've been counting and we think that today we are moving the motion. Mr. Speaker, 82.4 provides that a Minister of State, in respect of whom a vote of censure is debated, under Clause 3 of this article, is entitled during the debate. Mr. Speaker, the emphasis is mine, during the debate, to be heard in defense. Mr. Speaker, a vote of censure is therefore a formal statement of disapproval or condemnation in the form of a resolution that is adopted by a majority vote and in the context of Article 82 of the Constitution, 2/3 of all MPs voting by a secret ballot. Mr. Speaker, I concede that my gallant men and women here are not up to the 2/3 onerous threshold. That is why my colleagues opposite must let their vote count to save this country and for us to goodbye and exit the Honorable Minister for Finance from doing any further harm to the Ghanaian economy. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, inflation. He inherited inflation of 15.4%. Today it's 40.4%. Mr. Speaker, the exchange rate of the cedi, they inherited $1 at 4 Ghana cedis and indicated to all of us that they have the key to arrest the depreciation of the cedi. Today the cedi is falling and suffering from an epileptic fall. They've lost control of the depreciation. $1 is to 15 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, and when you come to unemployment, probably it has increased from 5.53% to 13.9%. Mr. Speaker, so what has he to show? We are told that he did well, and that we are told that we should blame COVID and Ukraine. Did you borrow to support Ukraine? Did you borrow to support Ukraine? And you want us to accept that your reckless and irresponsible borrowing, which has led us to where we are in a ditch. Mr. Speaker, the Ghanaian economy is in a ditch. Accept it or not, you may have to restructure debt in order to sustain this economy in the next 2-3 years. I heard the President, Mr. Speaker, speak to the nation and say that there will be no haircut. There will be, and there will be a barber of a sort. That barber will be Scampi Dede Barber. It will happen. And it will happen to investment, it will happen to savings, it will happen to bonds that have been issued. Even independent power producers are likely to suffer a restructuring of the debt because how much you owe is colossal. Mr. Speaker, his incompetence manifestly even in this house when he came and said that we should approve for him a Sino-Hydro loan of 600 million US dollars to undertake a number of projects. And Mr. Speaker, he misled this house when he said butter, tomatoes in exchange for pepper. Where is your pepper in exchange of the tomatoes you borrowed? Reality have dawned on them, and therefore Sino-Hydro is due for payment, and you must pay. You are not going to be able to pay with the bauxite which is unprocessed, which is still underground, that you don't know the road or the railway leading to the Sino-Hydro, the bauxite site. Mr. Speaker, it is the Honorable Minister of Finance who came here and said that we should do that for him. Initially, he even wanted $2 billion in barter. So barter, my simple economist, is exchange of goods for goods. Where is your goods? In exchange for the 646 million US dollars you got from the Chinese. A mark of the incompetence. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana institution, independent institution, they are required. Part of the external credit facility agreement they inherited from the IMF was to allow for some 5
10% Bank of Ghana financing in times of emergency. But we work towards 0% financing from the Bank of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the figures available to me, I see that probably even for 2022, the Bank of Ghana probably would have spent some 17.5 billion, about 24%, which exceeds the 10% threshold. That's breach of law. And probably for 2021, about 19% breach of law. But what is even more important, what kind of reserve did you inherit? And what is the state of our reserve? Are we able tomorrow to guarantee that economic and essential social and economic services can be provided for the Ghanaian? Today, Mr. Speaker, I use just petroleum prices. When they were in opposition, they were good at it. They were carrying jerrycans and saying that when they come, we will reduce the prices of petroleum products. Have you reduced it? Have you reduced it? Have you reduced it? And said it was some nuisance tax. Mr. Speaker, they benefited from President Mohamed's ESLA, which has raked in some 6.9 billion. Yet again, smart economics, and that's what is failing them. They have collateralized John Dramani Mohamed's ESLA for the next 10 years. So 2020, from today up to 2035, ESLA will be used to be servicing debt. That's what you've done. Yet you said it was a nuisance tax. It's been helpful. At least it's giving you a collateral and a guarantee. Mr. Speaker, so we are on this side. We do not see plausible plans for redemption. When we hear the president speak that by 2028 the GDP will be 55%, we do not know where he will be. We do not know what responsibility will be, the weight of responsibility that will be on him to lead us as a country. Mr. Speaker, we are told the president promised God a national cathedral. No problem with it. Ghana is one of the respected societies in the world when it comes to religious tolerance and religious coexistence. Muslims and Christians alike, we respect each other. But when you promise God, honor it, and honor it by respecting process. If you approve 199 million for the construction of a cathedral without parliamentary approval, is that honor to God? Because you haven't followed proper procedure. God wants you to spend in honor, and the church in honor. You don't want a day for somebody to picket around the cathedral and say that public funds was used and justifiable for it. That itself will not help. Mr. Speaker, we refuse to be lured by the false hopes they are creating. They don't provide any indemnity for investors against political and regulatory risk. We've seen the president rehash some of his own words, that property rate will be introduced. You came here in a budget statement of 2022. You said in January, property rate. So, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Finance should know that when he comes to read the budget statement, we take him seriously. Things that you haven't been able to do in 6 years, you want us to trust and believe you that you do it in 2 years. We simply don't trust you, and we simply don't believe you, and we simply want you out. So that, where are the men, Mr. Speaker? Where are the men? You said you had men. Mr. Speaker, where? Mr. Speaker, where are the men? Particularly when I hear the deputy leader who wants to reduce this August House to a court of law. This is not court of Ghana. And in the Parliament of Ghana, the Minister of State will be given, and I trust the judgment of Mr. Speaker, to fully defend himself. If he's not able to be here, he has to explain, because 82 provides that adequate notice is given. That has been done to him. And he's a Minister of State, Minister of this Republic, answerable and accountable to this Parliament, and he ought to answer to us as a Parliament. Mr. Speaker, now President, and as you help them, today, Mr. Speaker, let your vote count. You were the same people in 1999 who, arising out of the Gulf War, when the economy of Ghana got bad, then led by Dr. Konedo Afraku. Mr. Speaker, this is why you were helping them. I have the answer for purpose of record. So when I see you want to dance differently to the same tune, then it means that you don't know how to dance. Your tune and dance to the same tune must be the same. Mr. Speaker, I quote,
10th November 1999, Dr. K.K. Aprako, member for Offensive North, said, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House, recognizing the serious economic crisis, Speaker, so I borrow his words and I borrow from Nana Adudankwa Akufo-Addo. We have a major economic crisis. The President accepts it, the Minister accepts it. Mr. Speaker, I'm reading full.
He's reading it.
That has resulted from the incompetence and mismanagement of the Ghanaian economy by the Minister of Finance, hereby calls on the Minister of Finance to resign. Unquote. We are doing about the same. Except that, Mr. Speaker, we have gone further to give it the weight of the Constitution, due process. While we are invoking Article 82, we know we do not have the numbers, Mr. Speaker. We will rely on you, and we want to rely on the majority, including the leader of government business. That, Mr. Speaker, on this day, Mr. Speaker, you have consulted your constituents. This Parliament has a duty to reflect the aspirations and needs of the Ghanaian people. And the Ghanaian people are reeling under exacerbated hardship and want this Parliament united by consensus to stand with the people of Ghana in bidding farewell and goodbye to the Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta. So, Mr. Speaker, when I say where are the men, you have the men. Now you are telling us that he wants to come by a lawyer. Lawyer, when the Honorable Chairman is here, the Honorable Afenyo Markin is here, the Honorable Katie is here, the Honorable Atache, you are here, and the Minister of Finance will be contemplating some lawyer from somewhere. The center cannot hold, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the center simply cannot hold. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the state of the economy, and Mr. Speaker, I quote, this is what the President himself said, and Mr. Speaker, that must invite my colleagues opposite, that this is not a matter personal to Ken Ofori-Atta. Mr. Speaker, persons who borrow money for purposes of their business, $3 million probably in 2019-2020, are made to cough 28-30 million Ghana cedis. Businesses are collapsing. And Mr. Speaker, the President had this to say on 30th October 2022. This was the President's admission, and he must take full responsibility. He said, and I quote, "The world has been taken aback by the speed with which inflation has eaten away people's income." My own words. So real income has suffered in Ghana for both public and civil servants. Your income can no longer buy the basket of goods and services that a month ago you could afford to buy. It means that you buy less, and children will smile at you when you go home without giving them sufficiently what they need. Mr. Speaker, but I'm quoting the President. Economies big and small have experienced over this year alone the highest rise in cost of living over a generation. Mr. Speaker, this is my emphasis. The highest rise in government borrowing in over 50 years. By who? Ken Ofori-Atta. After saying that 120 billion was colossal, he is on record to have borrowed, in the words of the President, more than any other person in the last 50 years. Then he says the highest rise in inflation, 40 years. The steepest depreciation in the currency to the US dollars over the last 30 years. Mr. Speaker, I've always shared this joke. Vice President of the Republic, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Chairman of Economic Management Team, he thought that arresting the depreciation of the city would
The president cut the size of Ghana. Most symbolic of Ghana. The fastest peak interest rate for over 20 years and the greatest threat of unemployment in peacetime. Was say, I take responsibility for creating this mess. That's the only thing he didn't ask. Rating agencies were rating Ghana well, and that were B3 stable and probably going towards A. And pause our rating, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to today yours have tolerated more. Mr. Speaker, all the Moody's affirms in September 2018 rating in 27. Fitch Ratings maintain Ghana's B Ghana's rating under Ken Ofori-Atta, who hails sovereign ratings by his CCC, which was worried about uncertain pace of fiscal consolidation, tight external debt, inflation is at 40.4%. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, the Bank of Ghana is in and refuse and turn away the interference of the Minister of Finance into what road his way. Mr. Speaker, is disconcerting to hear news about 100 million of petroleum funds. Minister for Energy and you are familiar with the law. It states all petroleum revenue due the Republic drive ever 50 the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act 16 Act 919 is also clear that any of exploration, development, and production shall be approved by Parliament and shall be in consonance million because the report captures that you paid it without parliamentary approval. Mr. Speaker, this is enough. You have to pay with money. Mr. Speaker, they want us to believe when we say that the Honorable Minister of Finance and his here, when he shared the numbers of what Data Bank benefited from those to support us, because, Mr. Speaker, we do not pretend as the minority the Ghanaian people give us 137, but we pray that into the future, recognizing that we stand with them, violence, including imports. Mr. Speaker, how much will whether it's oil, we are very, very capable of producing it in Ghana. It is the only point I agree with the sector for us to be able to achieve that. But, Mr. Speaker, trust and confidence issue is the same government which said that you have a commitment to cut imports. Mr. Speaker, it is on the strength of this that today I stand who courageously have publicly manifested that there is weight in our demand for the exit of the minister will stand accountability and oversight a lot of good into the future, that someday tomorrow we can stand together. There is no hope inside. With this, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
I direct that we extend the time for holding of the business majority leader has given of a preliminary objection. I want to hear that preliminary objection before we can proceed.
Mr. Speaker,
Minority Chief Whip. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want otherwise provided in these orders. Every motion that's made at the second reading or consideration stage the moving of the motion is not complete until it is seconded. And whether you could be mindful for it to be seconded.
We haven't reached the stage of debate. Definitely, if it is to be debated, it has to be seconded. It has to be seconded. That is the word captured in the standing order. Debate, which there is.
Mr. Speaker, with respect, I rise on the strength
on his feet. Is there any?
Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to Procedural of Parliament. I have looked through all the standing orders. There is no such expression as moving the motion. The minority leader breached any of the orders of Parliament. He has no right of audience.
Honorable Dominic Ayine. The Hansard, you find copious precedents of preliminary objection being raised.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise fortified by Article 4A of the Constitution, which of me, Mr. Speaker, at all times defend this Constitution. Mr. Speaker, according we have a joint enterprise, and I shall proceed with the argument, and then there will be elucidation. In other words, Mr. Speaker, I will not exhaust all the grounds, but I will cede to him, and all these will come as a result of your leave. But Mr. Speaker, as it pleases you, for now, I will proceed with my right as granted to proceed.
I think it's proper for you to raise it, end it as preliminary objection, then we can proceed from there. We don't need to bring any other person to come and support. It means that you yourself are admitting that what you're going to put across will not be sufficient. Don't do so. Go ahead.
No, go. Mr. Speaker, as it pleases you. No. Mr. Speaker, I proceed with ground one. The ultra vires of Parliament in seeking to pass a vote of censure on the Minister of Finance as provided for in Article 82 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, some of the statements captured in the motion paper include despicable conflict of interest in ensuring that he benefits from Ghana's economic woes. Mr. Speaker, these are very severe allegations that require more evidence than the pedestrian allegation. Mr. Speaker, it cannot be that a Minister of State will be brought here, Mr. Speaker, for censure when the grounds of such application have not been properly laid out. Mr. Speaker, if we allow this to happen, and Mr. Speaker, I do not want to be tempted into believing that my attempt in inviting this House to adopt laid-down procedures as practiced in our court, of which Honourable Minority Leader claims that these are inferior. He says they are inferior. I do not want to be tempted to believe that he doesn't believe in the due process that is practiced in our courts. That if Parliament adopt due process, it will ensure certainty, it will lead to legitimate expectation, and it will lead to a situation of fair trial. I do not want to believe that the Honourable Minority Leader today is saying that introducing rules of courts into this House are not acceptable. I do not want to believe that. Mr. Speaker, it is not to be confused. The provision in the 1992 Constitution should not be confused with Article 125 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the allegations as tabled by them, they are more or less subjecting the minister to a trial. These are matters that, Mr. Speaker, upon proper scrutiny, they are criminal in nature. The minister is a citizen of the Republic, holding a public office. If the minority is so convinced that he has committed an offense or his conduct is criminal, Mr. Speaker, there is a process to follow. You cannot, and I repeat, you cannot rely on Article 82 to say that indeed you are bringing a censure application to remove him from office. I dare say that, Mr. Speaker, on that score, they will be arrogating to themselves, or they will be inviting this House to arrogate to itself judicial powers, which we do not have. And Mr. Speaker, even if we would want to constitute ourselves into a quasi-judicial body, an administrative body for the purpose of conducting inquiry, we must be guided by Article 23 of the Constitution. We must be guided by Article 23 of the Constitution. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is my contention that the conduct of the minority, by way of outlining all those allegations without grounding the same on facts, would be repugnant to good conscience and fairness should we proceed to hear them. Mr. Speaker, we are not in any way attempting to say that we want to usurp the powers of the judiciary. If you look at the content of the motion paper, clearly, everything they are saying, their reliefs lie elsewhere, not in this chamber, in the shape and form. Mr. Speaker, if for the avoidance of doubt, they really want to exercise their power of oversight, they have an opportunity to file a question, which question would have given the minister an opportunity to respond for the fact to be known. As the Speaker said, censure is a very serious matter upon which we cannot allow trivialities to overtake it. Mr. Speaker, I shall proceed with ground 2, which is parliamentary attack on fair hearing. Mr. Speaker, for this purpose, I shall refer us to Order 106, 107, and 108. Mr. Speaker, it is my case, Mr. Speaker, that 106 provides a detailed procedure for the removal of President, Vice President, Deputy Speaker, and also makes mention of vote of censure on a Minister of State. If you come to 106.2, Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, 106.2b, it says that the notice shall be accompanied by a detailed statement of fact to prove that the conduct or the physical or mental capacity of the President or Vice President should be investigated. Mr. Speaker, by parity of reason, there's something called parity of reasoning. Parity of reasoning. Mr. Speaker, if you read the A, it also talks about notice. If you move, Mr. Speaker, to 107, I would want to read A, B, and C. And this is what it says, Mr. Speaker. A talks about 7 days notice. B talks about the motion to be debated in 14 days. But for emphasis, C, this is what it says. Prior proceedings shall be taken in a committee appointed in that behalf. The Speaker or the Deputy Speaker shall be entitled to be heard in his defense, either by himself or by his representative. Mr. Speaker, 108 specifically talks about censure. I contend that the lacuna found in 108 can only be cured if by parity of reasoning we apply 106 and 107 provisions mutatis mutandis. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, it is my submission that the supposed lacuna in 108 can only be cured if we read 106 and 107 together and apply the provisions therein. Mutatis mutandis. Mr. Speaker, that is the only way we'll be ensuring fair hearing. After all, Mr. Speaker, it is clear that since the Constitution made this provision, we as a House, I don't want to say we have failed, but we as a House have not enacted in extenso to guide the rule of procedure to be followed. Mr. Speaker, what is rule of law? What is rule of law? Rule of law is about due process. It's about rule of procedure. It's about rule of fair hearing. It's about notice to the party whom an allegation is made against. Mr. Speaker, we cannot say that merely the Constitution providing for us to move a motion on censure, we will therefore arrogate that power, go ahead to file a motion on ex-cathedral grounds, not grounded in reason, fact, and law, and then say that a public officer whose office, Mr. Speaker, this House approved should be dismissed, or that his instruments of appointment should be revoked. Mr. Speaker, I refer us to the United States. We don't have a precedent in this House. The attempt that was made in 1999 was not carried through. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, let's go to the United States of America. In the United States of America, where a bill of impeachment is brought to the House by members of Parliament who are called managers, Mr. Speaker, the first step is for them to establish a prima facie. By establishing a prima facie, Mr. Speaker, they go through the motion at the lower house. And going through the motion in the lower house, by 1/3 of votes, this is ferried to the second chamber, the Senate, where a full trial commences with the Chief Justice of the United States presiding. In this case, the applicants, who are members of Parliament, are allowed as quote-unquote the prosecutors. They make their case, the party is heard. Mr. Speaker, in our case, unlike the United States, they had the broader provision in the Constitution. They went a step further to enact a rule of procedure to guide the process. Mr. Speaker, I then ask my colleagues, they should tell us whether as a House we have a rule of procedure to regulate censure. Maybe today it is Ken Oforiatta. So crucify him. Crucify him. But Mr. Speaker, when in 1999 the issue arose, I have the comment, the veritable words used by Honorable Cletus Avoka. I've read it. Where he was talking about the right of fair hearing. I have it here. I've read it. Where he argued forcefully with some nostalgic effect that the person must be heard, that the proper thing must be done. Mr. Speaker, what is good for Kwame Petra is good for Ken Oforiatta. What is good for the goose is good for the gander. Mr. Speaker, we cannot construe this application to be properly before us. If we go ahead, Mr. Speaker, to consider this application, we'll be doing a lot of injustice to our colleague. Mr. Speaker, let's read Article 23 of the Constitution. Okay. Mr. Speaker, Article 19. Mr. Speaker, first Article 19. Mr. Speaker, 2D provides a person charged with a criminal offense shall be given a fair trial within a reasonable time by a court. Now, Mr. Speaker, 2D, be informed immediately in a language he understands and in detail and of the nature of the offense charged. Mr. Speaker, again by parity of reasoning. Again by parity of reasoning. The minority should not create any impression that anybody here or the majority is against their motion. But Mr. Speaker, due process must be followed. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Atuforsen is before a court of law. Is it the case that he has just been sent to prison? He cannot be sent to prison. He must be heard on allegations. He must be heard and he must defend himself. All of us here as politicians, should anybody raise an allegation to come up with anything of corruption, of whatever, you expect as your bona fide to be given fair hearing. And fair hearing includes all documents to be relied on by your adversary to be made available to you. Mr. Speaker, again, Mr. Speaker, let us look at 2E, and I will use that as the override. We cannot play something or nothing. It says, the person be given adequate time and facilities for the preparation of his defense. Mr. Speaker, as it stands now, if this motion is allowed to proceed where there will be debate, it would amount to injustice, unfairness, in the sense that the minister wouldn't have been given adequate time to prepare for his defense. Mr. Speaker, the grounds upon which the motion was moved, these grounds were not made available to the minister. Their so-called evidence has not been made available to the minister. Mr. Speaker, disclosure is an integral part of any civil or criminal jurisprudence. And even in recent case, Mr. Speaker, the Supreme Court of our land has ruled that prior to criminal trial, every document that the prosecution, Mr. Speaker, will rely on must be made available to the accused. Mr. Speaker, how do we proceed to debate this motion when even as members of parliament who are expected to vote upon this motion do not have copies of the evidence upon which these members rely? We are here, we are expected to vote. Mr. Speaker, this is not political talk as usual. This is not the usual political rhetoric. This is about the reputation of a Ghanaian citizen serving his country. This is about a fellow politician who is serving his country as a finance minister, who members of this house are alleging that he's committed certain infractions, committed certain offenses, and they have documents with them, and they expect that by merely raising the issue, we should trust their judgment enough, rely on them, vote without having evidence, without having ability to peruse that which they rely on. Mr. Speaker, no justice system. Mr. Speaker, no justice system. No justice system anywhere in a serious democracy will allow this. Mr. Speaker, I move on to Article 23 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Article 23 of the Constitution, I read, administrative bodies and administrative officials shall act fairly and reasonably and comply with requirements imposed on them by law, and persons aggrieved by the exercise of such acts and decisions shall have a right to seek redress before a court or other tribunal. Mr. Speaker, emphasis fairness. And if as parliament, we cannot grant such a sine qua non right provided for in Article 23 and ensure its implementation, its enforcement, especially when a finance minister is being put on fire, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, we will not be doing justice to the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, above all, Article 296 is very profound. Article 296 is very profound. Mr. Speaker, I'm surprised some first-timers want to intimidate me. Mr. Speaker, if you give them even 1 minute, they can argue. Yet they can talk when they are not. They can make argument not for the record. I would want to sit down for you to come back and argue. Can you? Mr. Speaker, Article 296 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, 296 of the Constitution requires of us, Mr. Speaker, by parity of reason, requires of us not to be capricious, not to be biased, not to be unfair. 296 expects of us to be candid in our dealings with our fellow citizens. Mr. Speaker, having stood on my feet for 15 minutes I shall, at this point, Mr. Speaker, cede the rest of my argument to Honorable Chairman Sabonsu to proceed with the rest. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please, Majority Leader, resume your seat. We've heard the preliminary objection raised. Because I cannot participate in the debate, I'll have to listen to you to give me a guide so that I can give the appropriate ruling. But I think the preliminary objection has been put across. I completely disagree with a call on the majority leader to support the preliminary objection. Unless, because the one who moved the motion, I did not allow it to be seconded, and therefore the motion is not yet before the House. Now, if you're raising a preliminary objection, it could lead to the House taking the position that the motion should not be before the House. That's why I usually allow that before the secondment of the motion. Because when the motion is seconded, it is for the debate, which means it's before the House. Now, you cannot, after giving us the grounds of your objection, only two, which you have deliberated upon, now call on another person. That definitely, if you had stated that the preliminary objection is being taken by this number of people, and these are the number of grounds, I will handle two. This person will handle this number. Then we are properly seized of it. But, honorable members, don't let me repeat what others said. I will not want to do so. So what I can do in the circumstances, we have heard you loud and clear on the two grounds. I'll listen to a response to the preliminary objection, and then I'll give a ruling, and we'll move by that. The preliminary objection is okay. I've heard you. I want a response from this side. I give a ruling, and then we proceed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to run counter to what you have just said. I said I don't intend to run counter to what you have said. But if indeed a motion has been moved, the matter raised by the Deputy Majority Leader was that he was raising preliminary objection to the debate. You granted him space. I'm saying that there are other areas in respect of the argument of the preliminary objection that is raised, that he wanted me to continue. The Speaker, you want somebody to respond to the objection. In that regard, would you be kind enough to, after the event, afford me space
to fortify the preliminary objection. Other than that, Mr. Speaker, a preliminary objection is not a debate. I think you will get, Mr. Speaker, nobody is throwing up hands in wild gesticulations. Deputy Minority Leader. Look at him. Look at him. You can't point to me with your left hand. You can't point to me with your left hand. You have changed the hand. Don't engage in wild gesticulation, especially when you are in the front. I'm just appealing that if you grant him space, then perhaps you have to also grant him space to fortify it. Other than that, if you are according him space to respond to the objections, then perhaps we can put everything together, and if he has any objections, respond to all of them. I think that would be most fair. That's my appeal to you. Either you grant me space to continue the preliminary objections, or afford him space and then I come back. But I think that it will be tidier if you are granting him space to respond, to grant me space to continue them, and say not to debate, but continue on the path of the objection. That is that's the appeal I'm making to you. Honorable Majority Leader, don't anticipate what I will do. I will do what is right. As I told you, I take a very serious view of this motion. And so I will not curtail any debate unlawfully, unconstitutionally, something that is against our rules and practice. So I just want to handle the preliminary objection that has been raised, and usually when a preliminary objection is raised, the other side is given the opportunity. What do you say to this? That is exactly what I'm trying to do. Then from there we proceed. So please be assured that if you want to even participate in the whole debate, you have the opportunity to do so. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have heard the arguments informing the preliminary objections. And the arguments, as we heard, are constitutional in nature. One, he argues about a right to fair trial. Mr. Speaker, I thought that since you last shed off your gown and wig and started wearing batakari and a hat to preside, the Honorable Afenmake would have realized that this is not a court of law. But in spite of that, he still seeks to transform this chamber into a court of law. Mr. Speaker, this is a motion on a vote of censure. The motion on a vote of censure is clearly provided for and defined in the Constitution. The procedures are clearly outlined in the Constitution, and no one can derogate from those constitutional provisions, especially if you remember the recent case of Justice Abdullahi, that we cannot, even in our standing orders, derogate from the express provisions of the Constitution regarding our procedures. And so it is clear that for a motion of censure, these are the procedures under Article 82, and those have been complied with. Your concern in your preliminary objection is about the right to be heard. Unfortunately for you, the right to be heard is equally provided for in Article 82. Mr. Speaker, with your kind permission, let me read Article 82. And I hope that if Honorable Afemakin refused to listen to the minority leader, he will not refuse to listen to me. Because the minority leader was clear when he made reference to Article 82 and said that the motion shall be debated in Parliament within 14 days after the receipt by the Speaker of the notice for the motion. And 82.4 says, a Minister of State, in respect of whom a vote of censure is debated under Clause 3 of this article, is entitled during the debate, to be heard in his defense, during the debate, to be heard in his defense, during the debate, to be heard in his defense. Mr. Speaker, the motion, if moved, during the debate, you can insist on the right of the minister to be heard. Mr. Speaker, they raise issues of notice. Mr. Speaker, government business. We know the practice of this House. A Minister of State is a non-voting member of this House. Article 111. A Minister of State is a non-voting member of this House. Now, everybody in this House knows that under our standing orders and by our practice and procedures, notices are served in the order paper. And the notice was published severally, and that is why the Constitution provides clear timelines so that you do not surprise a minister. That is why there must be a 7 days notice and that the debate must take place within 14 days. Clear timelines so that any minister who is the subject of the vote of censure won't have adequate notice of what is going to happen. And Mr. Speaker, I will be surprised if we have a majority leader and a deputy majority leader, a majority leader who is also a minister for parliamentary affairs and attends cabinet, and there is a motion on a vote of censure against the finance minister, and he has failed to serve notice on that finance minister that there is a motion on a vote of censure against him. And then we'll come to this house and tell us that because the finance minister hasn't received notice of that motion, that we should not proceed with that motion. Mr. Speaker, I will be very, very surprised. Indeed, when we're approving the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, we assume that his most important role is to liaise between Parliament and the Executive. Is he saying that he has failed to communicate to the Minister of Finance that there is a motion calling for a censure against the Finance Minister, who is already a member of the House, Mr. Speaker? Lastly, Mr. Speaker,
honorable members, please, I take 5 minutes suspension. I'll be back.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you are doing him up and down.
Honorable Mama Yaga, you may continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second grounds on which he argues is that if this motion is allowed, and in the absence of a finance minister responding to the issues raised, we will be violating a right to fair trial, a right that he claims the finance minister has in this house, and which we will be violating by being allowed to move the motion. Mr. Speaker, this is not a court. This is not a trial. This is a parliament. In a parliament, we move motions. Motions are clearly defined in our standing orders, saying that we should do something or expressing an opinion. The opinion we are expressing is that the finance minister is incompetent, incapable, has mismanaged the finances of this country, and therefore should be removed. That's the opinion we are expressing. And we want you to join us in expressing that opinion. We are not saying that he should be convicted and sentenced to a term of imprisonment. We are not. We are saying that he is incompetent, incapable of managing the finances of this country, and therefore he should be removed. He should go home. Our article of appointment should be revoked. This is not a court. This is not transforming this parliament into a court. And so the issue about fair trial doesn't arise. In any case, as I argued earlier, this is a motion and this is a debate that is going to take place, and he has the opportunity to be heard. He has the opportunity to be heard. No one has denied him that opportunity. The honorable minority leader has not tied him somewhere and prevented him from coming to this house today to defend himself. He ought to be here to defend himself. Mr. Speaker, when you speak about this house not having powers to investigate matters and that it is only a court of law that has judicial powers, that is a clear misunderstanding of the Constitution. This Constitution gives quasi-judicial powers to this Parliament. Quasi-judicial powers have been given to this Parliament. That is why if you look at Article 103 of the Constitution, is obvious, it's express. 103 deals with committees of Parliament and says that a committee appointed under this article shall have the powers, rights, and privileges of the High Court or a justice of the High Court at a trial. Mr. Speaker, so judicial power is not exclusively given to the judiciary. This Parliament has quasi-judicial powers, and if this Parliament deems it necessary, to probe into certain matters in a judicial way, this Parliament has a mechanism to do that. And that is what I want the Deputy Majority Leader to understand. So, Mr. Speaker, his objection is founded on Article 3 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Article 3 of the Constitution does not arise at all. When he rose, he said that he was premising his preliminary objection on Article 3(4). In fact, he started with 4A. And when we corrected him, he came back and said 3(4). Mr. Speaker, Article 3(4) only deals with attempts to overthrow the Constitution. Who is trying to overthrow the Constitution in this chamber today? Article 3 talks about an attempt to overthrow the Constitution and the duty of everyone to defend this Constitution. No one in this chamber is seeking to overthrow the Constitution. If anything at all, there is someone in this chamber who is seeking to mutilate the understanding of this Constitution. Mutilate the understanding of this Constitution.
Rector.
This Constitution does not deny a minister who is the subject of a vote of censure a right to even fair trial, if you want to call it fair trial, because it says that he must be heard. He must be heard in a debate. And we haven't gotten to the debate yet. So allow the motion to be moved. And when we debate it, then you can bring him, allow the motion to be seconded. So that when we move to debate, then you can bring him. You can bring a Bible along. You can bring any document and defend himself. Mr. Speaker, I believe that this preliminary objection is baseless. It has no legs to stand. It does not rely on any provision of the Constitution. It finds no favor with any provisions of our standing orders. It is just as incompetent as the person we are seeking to remove. Mr. Speaker, I invite you to dismiss this preliminary objection and let's move on with the serious business of this House today. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, enough is enough. Let me assure all of you that the Honourable Minister of Finance will be given ample opportunity to defend himself. There's a vast difference between censure and removal. Censorship, because the person is appointed by an instrument of appointment. And that process is handled by Parliament and His Excellency the President. Members of Parliament and the President are not appointed. They are elected by the people. Both are elected. The Vice President supports the President. During the 4-year term, the people don't have the opportunity to come back to reconsider the decision they made in electing us. And that authority is enshrined in the People's House called Parliament. And so we are given the power to remove a member or the President or the Vice President. Our election is not through an instrument. We come in through votes and we swear an oath. And that is why in the Constitution and our standing orders, the provisions are different. Before the President can revoke the appointment, the Minister or Deputy Minister is to come before where it all started. The ladder that you climbed is the same ladder you have to go down through. And so you start with Parliament. And then Parliament now, through some constitutional appeal to the President, calling on him, that's why it's not shall, it says may, revoke the appointment of the minister. And so they are different. By premising your preliminary objection on the Constitution, you know definitely well that I don't have that authority to interpret and enforce the Constitution. My authority is to interpret and enforce the rules of the House. the standing orders. And so I cannot give an opinion on the issue of the constitutional provision that has been cited. I can't interpret them. I can't enforce them because I'm not part of the judiciary. What I can do at this time is to allow the motion to be seconded. I will give opportunity for it to be responded to, and by our standing orders, because I'm guided by the standing orders, which I can interpret. The matter will be referred to an ad hoc committee to investigate, where the minister will have the ample opportunity to defend himself, and where what our colleagues said cannot constitute evidence. The evidence will be placed before the committee. The minister will have the opportunity to defend himself. A report will be presented to the House, and we will debate that report. Honorable members, I said today, 10th November 2022, is historic. Was the first motion in the nature of a removal of a minister, which was another minister of finance, was on the 10th of November 1999. So the same 10th of November is today. Now, that debate took a number of days. It started on the 10th and ended on the 12th, and the decision was taken. But that, as I said, is of a moral persuasion. It was a motion to address a public interest, urgent public concern. But this one is constitutional. It's more serious. And so you get ample opportunity to dilate and present your evidence, and the minister will be given the opportunity to defend himself. Don't forget that in our standing orders, they say that the minister can appear before the committee with counsel. A counsel cannot appear on the floor of the House. It has to be at the level of a committee. And that is why, under the standing orders, when you go through the standing order 106, standing order 106, 1, it reads, the House may pass a resolution to remove the President, the Vice President, Mr. Speaker, and Deputy Speakers, and a vote of censure on a Minister of State. The second line, as we say, the second sentence is, the House may consider such motion and come to a decision or refer it to a committee on a motion made by any member. And that is why I will be referring it to a committee, because the minister is entitled to appear before the committee with counsel. That will also give the applicants the opportunity to put across the evidence at their disposal. And then they will report to the House, and the decision will be taken. Please, these are serious businesses. We haven't had any copious, detailed layout procedure. We are guided by the Constitution and our standing orders, and will go accordingly. So please, with all due respect to my colleague, my son, the honorable member for Efutu, I dismiss your plenary objection, and I will call on the Minority Chief Whip to second the motion, and then I'll come back to the majority side to respond before the referral to the ad hoc committee. So please, Minority Chief Whip, you may now second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the minority leader as appeared on pages 5 and 6 of today's order paper. And Mr. Speaker, to do so, permit me to just repeat items 6 and 7 in the motion. And Mr. Speaker, the alarming incompetence and frightening ineptitude resulting in the collapse of the Ghanaian economy and excruciating cost of living crisis, and 7, gross mismanagement of the Ghanaian economy, which has occasioned untold and unprecedented hardship. Mr. Speaker, where did we start with the Minister of Finance? Mr. Speaker, we started with the Minister of Finance on the budget statement he read to this House on behalf of His Excellency the President in 2017. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I quote paragraph 19, page 3 of the 2017 budget statement. I quote, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the budget will set the pace for job creation and accelerated growth by empowering the private sector. To accomplish this, we will shift the focus of economic management from taxation to production. This will reduce the cost of doing business and create a conducive climate for investment and job creation. In this regard, a number of taxes that impede growth will be reviewed and, if necessary, abolished. Government will reverse the recent low growth trend by boosting agriculture and industrial productivity. Unquote, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I quote again, pages 2 and 3, paragraph 14 of the same budget statement 2017. This commitment, however, is hampered by 5 constraints which we need to overcome. 1, low revenue collection. 2, expenditure overruns and corruption. 3, high wage bills. 4, rigidity of fiscal structure caused by heavy earmarking of tax revenue. And 6, high debt service payment. Mr. Speaker, this was where Mr. Kenofurata started with us. And he told us that these were the problems that he was going to deal with. Mr. Speaker, 6 years down the line, where are we? Mr. Speaker, this is the finance minister that has moved our debt from averagely 120 billion Ghana cedis to over 500 billion Ghana cedis. This is the finance minister, Mr. Speaker, that has moved our debt servicing from 14.1 billion in 2016 to averagely about 48 billion in 2022. Mr. Speaker, this is the finance minister that has moved our wage bill from approximately 14.4 billion in 2016 to now 37 billion in 2022. And Mr. Speaker, how did they increase or how did they balloon the wage bill? Mr. Speaker, you have right from the presidency, presidential staffers that have moved from a petrol about 300 staffers to over 995 presidential staffers in 2022, as reported to this House for the 2021, the number of presidential staffers that we have. Mr. Speaker, if you go to almost all the public agencies, you will see persons that have been engaged just because they are party apparatchiks who do not really have anything to do. And a clear example, Mr. Speaker, is our municipal district, metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies. Mr. Speaker, you will have a district assembly that will have assistant directors. Some have as many as 14. Some have 18. And they alternate in coming to office. Mr. Speaker, this is the minister who is claiming that all the sufferings that we are seeing today is as a result of the COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, this is the finance minister who took advantage of the COVID situation and got in excess of 22 billion Ghana cedis that was supposed to support the economy. This is the only country, probably one of the few countries in the world, that during COVID, whilst ministers of finance were doing everything to support the individuals, in our country, this was the finance minister who decided to tax us because of COVID. So we have COVID levy. This finance minister, Mr. Speaker, has made it his habit to avoid coming to this house even when he has duties to perform in this house. Today is a typical example of deliberately refusing to be here. Mr. Speaker, this is the finance minister that deliberately falsified documents or figures just to create an impression that everything was going on. And Mr. Speaker, if you take the budget and the reporting that he has done to the IMF and the World Bank, in 2019, Mr. Speaker, he reported in 2018 first, he reported to this house that the fiscal deficit was 3.9% of GDP. When he now has to report to World Bank, the actual was 7.1% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, he came to report to this house that the fiscal deficit was 4.8% of GDP. When the actuals are now to be reported to the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, the actual is 7.1% of GDP. In 2022, he reported to this house that the fiscal deficit was 11.7%. When the actual, when he was now confronted to report the truth, the actual is now 17.2%. In 2021, Mr. Speaker, he reported to this house that the fiscal deficit was 9.2, when the actual was 12.4. Mr. Speaker, for the first half year in 2022, the fiscal deficit is 5.6% above a target of the 3.9. Mr. Speaker, what are we waiting to see from this minister before all of us will now believe the time has come for him to exit is now? Mr. Speaker, this was a minister who emphatically told the whole world that Ghana will never go to the IMF. Yes, it is said that it's only the food that doesn't change his mind. But he said it with emphasis. Today we are at the IMF. Mr. Speaker, I'm reliably informed he is part of the impediment that is not making us complete the negotiation at the IMF. And you, Mr. Speaker, you hear senior economists in this country stating this for a fact. One typical one is Mr. Kwame Pienim, who says that this finance minister is hindering the progress that Ghana has to make at the IMF. Mr. Speaker, poverty, as reported by the World Bank, is growing very fast in Ghana due to this incompetent finance minister. Mr. Speaker, I must say that the time to act is now. The time to act is now. This excuse that, oh, let him finish the IMF negotiation, let him present a budget, let him finish the appropriation. Mr. Speaker, you and I know that it doesn't take just one person to complete these processes. This budget, last 2 years, when he was not available, we had the majority reading the budget. The budget of this country did not collapse. Mr. Speaker, there are technical people who prepared this budget. It is not the finance minister. If it is removed today, the budget of this country will not collapse. There are equally technical people who will carry on for the next person to be able to carry the mantle. Mr. Speaker, I will refer you to the day that these motions were filed. With just the announcement of the possibility of the finance minister being removed, Mr. Speaker, you yourself acknowledge this in your seat. That our currency started having its strength. And at least for the past 2 weeks that the whole country is waiting for today, we are seeing some similar stability. Our failure today to remove the finance minister will continue to hurt each and every one of us. It will continue to hurt our constituents. It will continue to hurt the economy. It will continue to hurt businesses. Businesses are collapsing. Ordinary citizens are now struggling to feed themselves. This is a responsibility for all of us. And I just want, Mr. Speaker, to urge my colleagues, especially the Rambo 80, to have at the back of their mind. You have a reason for rebelling. You know this is the finance minister who doesn't listen. You know the effort that you've made severally to get him to do the right things, and he refused. Those are the reasons that led you to rebel. I can assure you, if you backtrack, you will regret it, because you know the kind of president and his family that you have. They will surely come after you. It is better today you help us to remove him. It will give you mileage. It will make people believe you. All the rumor that was going around that people made an attempt to bribe you, today you need to justify it. You need to prove to the world that you were never bribed, you were never influenced, and truly your move to get him removed is not out of hatred. It is simply on basis of principle. Keep to the principle today. Mr. Speaker, I will say this is the finance minister who deliberately and consistently throughout his tenure has been dragging his feet when it comes to releasing that Parliament has approved to statutory funds. These statutory funds, some are constitutional, some are by legislation in this house. This finance minister deliberately frustrates these statutory funds so that they are not able to perform. Mr. Speaker, one constitutional common fund. As we speak today, Mr. Speaker, common fund, the arrears is over 3.9 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, with debt fund, the arrears are over 3 billion Ghana cedis. The health insurance fund, the arrears well over 2 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is a finance minister that we must remove. Mr. Speaker, there was this thing the minority law was saying. We have the men. We have the men. We have the men. And you heard the vice president screaming, what a solid team. What a solid team. What a solid team. Today, when the real challenges came, we have now come to realize that apparently it was not the men they have. They were just area boys. They were area boys because they are not able to confront the real challenges that confront our country. Mr. Speaker, I want to end. Mr. Speaker, I want to end with reference to Article 82 of the 1992 Constitution.
Area boys, listen to this.
Mr. Speaker, Article 82(4) is very, very clear. And Mr. Speaker, as I conclude, I want to urge, Mr. Speaker, you being the chair, to be mindful of Article 82(4), that a minister of state, in respect of whom a vote of censure is debated, under clause 3 of this article, is entitled during the debate to be heard in his defense. Mr. Speaker, the catch word is during the debate. Mr. Speaker, I didn't get the opportunity or the privilege to attend Proceedings. Neither did I get the privilege to attend Adjournment. But Mr. Speaker, for during the debate, I believe it means during the debate. And this is the time after seconding for the debate. And that's when the minister is supposed to be heard. Mr. Speaker, when you come to our standing orders, I want to refer, Mr. Speaker, the 106 and 108 of our standing orders. Mr. Speaker, Order 106 is very, very, very clear, and 108. In the case of 108, Mr. Speaker, It is virtually a verbatim lifting of the 82(4) of the 1992 Constitution. The interesting thing, Mr. Speaker, is 106, and I read, the House may pass a resolution to remove the President, the Vice President, Mr. Speaker, and the Deputy Speakers, and a vote of censure on a Minister of State. And Mr. Speaker, my interest is here. Emphasis. Or the emphasis is here. The House may consider such motion and come to a decision or refer it to a committee on a motion made by any member. Mr. Speaker, with all respect and humility to you, in this text, nowhere did he say Mr. Speaker will refer the matter to any ad hoc committee. It says that the House may take a decision, and decision in this House, Mr. Speaker, is taken by vote. So if any member can move a motion that something should be referred to a committee, Mr. Speaker, it is for the decision of this House. That is what Order 106 is saying, and therefore we will have to vote on it.
Honorable,
listen to him. Sit down and listen.
You are completely out of order. Honorable member, I don't take my rulings lightly. Please. You are attacking my ruling, and I think you don't have that authority to do so. If you want to attack my ruling, come by a substantive motion. Your understanding of during the debate of matters before the House is not only during plenary session. At the committee level, what you do there is to debate. That is why when you agree at the committee level and you come and put across the case here, you don't waste time in debating again. Please, that is why the same rules that apply to plenary apply to committee level. When you talk about decision, yes, the decision is taken by the House. The decision is not taken by the Speaker. But it says, or refer it to a committee on a motion made by any member. The motion for censorship will have to be made by a member, and then you refer it to a committee. That is exactly what I said I'm going to do. Yes, go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect to your office, the House is defined in these standing orders as Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, Parliament, it is this chamber with the 275 members. Mr. Speaker, when it refers to
Honorable member, please, the House cannot be constituted without a Speaker. You must understand that. It's when a Speaker is presiding that it becomes a House. You can't have this room with 275 members seated there and call yourself a House. You must move away from the understanding that you are the makers of everything here. I've been listening to you. Don't give me that temptation.
Mr. Speaker, I hope I have your permission to continue speaking.
Yes, you have my permission, but
Speaker,
I think that you have to withdraw.
So long as I hold this
Honorable member, you have to withdraw it and apologize.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, look. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy you've given me the permission to speak. And Mr. Speaker, one of the cardinals of democracy is to listen to each other, even when we disagree with each other. And Mr. Speaker, On Order 106, I am reading to say the intention to refer this to a committee.
Honorable member, resume your seat. Resume your seat.
It is wrong. It cannot be right. Speaker says it. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion with a clear indication. Any attempt to move this matter to a committee will be a travesty of justice done to the chamber of this house. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I direct that all what the minority chief has said, after I have told him to withdraw and apologize, be expunged from the records. I so direct Hansard expunge everything from the record. Minority Chief Whip, you have a difficulty in catching my eye again. Yes, Majority Leader. Majority Leader. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move the motion. It's been seconded by the whip. Normally we'll hear you state that motion as moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. If you do so and hear the leader, I will be happy. Then we know that we have a competent motion before your House, before you take any consequential action. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader, I thought the good thing for you to have done was to have apologized on behalf of yourself. Please.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize on behalf of the whip. Thank you.
Honorable members, the Minority Leader is right in drawing my attention to the fact that I should have stated motion moved and seconded. It's now for the consideration of the House. That is the right thing. And I will do so. Honorable members, motion moved and seconded. It's now for the consideration of the House. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I take a cue from the indication that you gave that at the end of it, the motion shall have to be referred to a committee. And Speaker, with your indulgence, I want to raise issues with respect to the preliminary objection that I said I was going to raise. Mr. Speaker, the motion is predicated on Article 82 of the Constitution, and the Minority Leader has given us that indication. Mr. Speaker, as we stand here today, I don't even really know which motion is before us. Mr. Speaker, I say so because on Tuesday, October 25th, when we came to this House, and the Minority Leader signaled that they were collecting signatures to file a vote of censure on the Minister for Finance, the Minority Chief Whip was loud and clear that he had filed such a motion. And the motion came to be admitted by your good self, Mr. Speaker. That motion, which appeared thereafter on Thursday, 27th October 2022, bears the sponsorship of the Honorable Alhaji Mohammed Mubrak Muntaka. Mr. Speaker, the motion that is before us today bears the sponsorship of the Honorable Minority Leader, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, and the Honorable Muntaka Mubrak. The Speaker, how did this metamorphose? Motion that you admitted, sponsored by the Honorable Muntaka. Today, we have a motion. I'm misleading the House. I have it here. What is what? Mr. Speaker, it is here. Let's look at
Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Majority Leader. Minority Leader. Honorable leaders, please, resume your seats. Honorable leaders, resume your seats. Honorable members, the motion that was filed completely complied with the law, and I admitted it. There is no question about that. So, Minority Leader, the motion has been moved, it has been seconded, it's now before the House.
Mr. Speaker, I will move on. I've made a distinction, I'll move on. Mr. Speaker, withdraw it. I'm talking to facts here, on the other paper. What should be withdrawn? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
please. What Adjournment add, which I will add, is that all what the Majority Leader said with regard to the admissibility or propriety or otherwise of the motion that is being moved and debated should be expunged from the records.
Mr. Speaker, I will not challenge it. I'll go on. Mr. Speaker, now the Constitution that he quoted, Article 82(4) that he quoted, provides, and that is where he predicated his. Mr. Speaker, it says, a minister of state in respect of whom a vote of censure is debated under clause 3 of this article is entitled during the debate to be heard in his defense. Mr. Speaker, hearing a person, if we submit to the Constitution, the right to be heard includes the right to be heard either by himself or by an elected council. You can shake your head. Mr. Speaker, Article 69 clause 7 of the Constitution is explicit on this when it comes to deal with the president. Mr. Speaker, 69(7) provides that is in respect of a motion of censure or an impeachment motion on the president, that the president shall be entitled during the proceedings of the tribunal or of the medical board to be heard in his defense by himself or by a lawyer or other expert. Mr. Speaker, the right to be heard includes the right to be heard by counsel. I mean, this is fundamental. So if my colleague, the member for Boku Central, is saying that service, we are even talking about service. We are even talking about service, and he says that the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs should be giving notice to the Minister of Finance once a motion is moved. Mr. Speaker, this is a tragedy. If that is the understanding of a member of Parliament who has served here for more than 4 terms, to tell me that I have the responsibility to ferry motions to ministers, that is very unfortunate. Mr. Speaker, now, Article 12.
Honorable Majority Leader, I wouldn't have stopped you because you are in full flight, but you mentioned his name. Yes. If you had stood up, I would have given you the opportunity. So let me hear him, and then I'll come back to you.
Mr. Speaker, he mentions my name, and in addition, says that my understanding of the Constitution is tragic.
Is what?
My understanding of the Constitution is tragic.
Oh.
And that I suppose 4 terms member of this House has such an understanding of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the majority leader, who I know is a friend of mine, and whose knowledge of parliamentary procedure I admire, but whose deficiency in the law is also well established, should not be saying such things. Mr. Speaker, you cannot refer to Article 69, which deals with the procedure for removing a president, where the issue is medical, if it is on health grounds, and mental capacity. And the Constitution requires that you set up a medical board, and then says that when the president is appearing before such a board, he is entitled to send either a lawyer, an expert, or any other person who can help him. You cannot try to extrapolate and say that Article 822, which is equally clear on a vote of censure, and you made it very clear that we should understand that a vote of censure is not the same as a vote of removal. It's just censure. And censure is to say that we don't like what you are doing and recommend that you should be removed. But we are not the ones to remove you. So, Mr. Speaker, Article 82 is very clear that he has a right to be heard, and to be heard in the debate, during the debate. You can't say that the right to be heard means that you should come along with the council. Assuming, Mr. Speaker, is not magnanimous enough to refer the matter to a committee and says that he should come and then defend himself here. Where is the lawyer going to get a platform to defend himself in this chamber? Where is that lawyer going to get a platform in this chamber to come and be heard defending a finance minister?
He's not a president.
He's not a president. The problem we have in this country is that some of you have transformed him into a president. That's why we are suffering the way we are suffering. Mr. Speaker, you should withdraw what he said.
Honorable members, please, let's have a decorous debate. Let's be decent in the choice of words. Let's respect each other's views. But I think for the issue of counsel, look at Order 201. Order 201 guides us on the issue of counsel. not the Constitution. The Constitution deals with other areas, but Order 201, where you have committees inquiring into matters, even they can call the Attorney General to assist. The witness coming can come with a counsel. You want the person to be heard properly. And I think that it cannot be done here. All what you have stated here are all allegations. When you appear before the committee, you now produce evidence. And then the minister will now counter. The minority leader in moving the motion referred to some of the areas you can get the evidence. And therefore, he will bring that to the House, to the committee. He talked about peer report and all those things. What he has said, we can't take that as the gospel truth. Is that evidence that will come before the committee? The committee will go through it, and then in the report, they'll refer to it, they'll quote it, and then we have a better lesson to debate. That is how I think this thing should be handled. Please, Majority Leader,
Yes, Speaker, thank you.
Your colleague was not happy with some of the choice of your words when you said he was supposed to be a 4-term member of parliament. But is he or he's not? He's not supposed to be.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, you heard what he...
I will come to that.
When he said that we have mutilated the understanding of the Constitution, it was from him. You said so. That
yes.
You have mutilated the understanding of the Constitution. Yes. So when I say that your own understanding and interpretation is tragic, you don't take that.
Honorable Majority Leader.
You don't take that.
You
did not that I have deficiency in law. We know the lawyers of substance.
Honorable Majority Leader.
Certainly it doesn't include you.
You know the practice. If you had stood up and raised objection, I would have listened to you and I would have overruled him. You did not. But he has taken the opportunity to raise concern about it. And that has to be addressed.
Yes. I think that we will depart from that. I was raising preliminary objections. And I think I spoke about Article 82 and 67.9. The 67.9, I said by parity of reason, the right to be heard includes the right to be represented by counsel. And that was the point I was making. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution in Article 12, the Constitution in Article 12, Mr. Speaker, if I may read, Mr. Speaker, Article 12 provides that the fundamental human rights and freedoms enshrined in this chapter shall be respected and upheld by the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. The rights of citizens, including ministers, should be upheld by legislature. So, Mr. Speaker, I was just saying that the right to be heard, which includes the right to be heard through a counsel, a lawyer, must be upheld by this House. When the Constitution provides in 82.4 that he has a right to be heard, you think that the right to be heard by counsel should not be included. That is where I disagree with you. And Mr. Speaker, the very preamble of this Constitution, which expresses the vision of the state, in fact, obligates us in the preamble to subscribe and commit to the rule of law. So, Mr. Speaker, the point that has been raised by the Deputy Leader is that we should comply with this. Mr. Speaker, some of the issues that have been raised in the motion, the items 5, 6, and 7, they bear a semblance to what was done in 1999, the one that you referred to. But indeed, the ones in 1, 2, 3, 4 have connotations of criminality. And Mr. Speaker, we should make a distinction. That's the point. That's the point. That if it borders on criminality, the person that you are charging must be given ample space to be heard. Mr. Speaker, and that is what we are saying, that we should grant him. Indeed, Order 80, Order 20 of our standing orders reinforces this. Both 20 and 21 reinforces this. The Speaker, we have related to Standing Order 108C. I want to mention C because our colleagues were dwelling on during proceedings and so on. The C says that the 108C provides that a motion for a vote of censure on a Minister of State shall be moved in the following manner. During the proceedings of the motion, indeed, it's not only the debate. The order 108, the Speaker, C says that the minister shall be entitled to be heard in his defense during the proceedings, not just the debate. So people who are just talking about the debate, they are even totally wrong. And that's why I agree with you, Mr. Speaker, when you say that we should commit this to a committee. The Speaker, on the strength of that, I would want to agree with you and indeed move in accord with 106.1 that this matter that is before us be given to a committee, an our committee that will go and further inquire into this matter and then come to us with their findings. The Speaker, in that regard, I would want to also urge the committee that may be given this responsibility to define for us the procedures to guide the conduct of business. Because, Mr. Speaker, we are today relating to one minister. Who knows whether tomorrow it may come to a president or vice president. It should not be left to mere episodic reactions. We should have a proper structure that then would relate to this matter that is before us. And Mr. Speaker, accordingly, as I said, I move so that this matter is referred to a committee to be constituted by this House to deal with the matter. I thank you very much for the space granted.
Mr. Speaker, I know the leader of government business have sat, but Mr. Speaker, on matters that impugn my integrity, I take them very, very seriously. Because, Mr. Speaker, yes, even though you have ordered that is the expunged from the record.
My Lord Leader, I got all what he said, expunged from the records, and corrected him that it was complied with, and I admitted it. So there's nothing on the records, because I got that expunged from the records. And so you haven't done anything wrong. I really stated that. So don't put anything back on record again, because this has been expunged. As discussed with the leaders, I want the feedback before I do the referral. I pass information to the leaders, and I need the feedback. I'll act on it now. And I intend, honorable members, Honorable, why are you on your feet? Yes.
Speaker, I was seconding the motion for the committee to be established.
I haven't yet proposed a committee. Yes.
Thank you.
Let Atu speak.
Ahmed, I haven't heard you.
Mr. Speaker, the ranking on finance was on his feet, so I wish you listen.
Yes, Honorable Atu-Forson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thought you said that the motion has been moved and seconded and is for the consideration of the House. Mr. Speaker, I thought at that point at least you hear 1-1 each before you do the referral. So I was only trying to make that appeal before you do the referral so that we can state the position as it is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Actually, you will be heard when we come to the debate. The matter will come again to the floor. I'll give you opportunity. By that time, the evidence will be in the report for all of us to see, and then we can debate that. Honorable members, yes.
The Speaker, I'm not a lawyer and I've not been to Harvard School of Law, but I want your guidance on this because commentators are going to be commenting on it. The Speaker, I was learning when you were giving the rulings and those things, and I appreciate it. So I want you to guide me on this so that I will add it. The Speaker, order Article 83 plus 3. I want us 82 plus 3. I want us to be specific so that we know where we are going. And Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I want to quote Article 82(3). The motion shall be debated in Parliament within 14 days after the receipt by the Speaker of the notice for the motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to know where we are. Does it mean that within the 14 days, from 24th to 10th November, the constitutional days within which the motion must be debated elapsed after the 14th day? I don't want our colleagues on the other side tomorrow to come to say, no, now the Constitution says within 14 days, and therefore the 14th day ends on the 10th. And because of that, anything that you do after the 14 days, they will want to debate us on that. I know the people we are dealing with. Mr. Speaker, I want your guidance on this.
Honorable member, I did mention my authority does not extend to the interpretation of the Constitution and the enforcement of the Constitution. I can only apply my understanding of the Constitution, but I cannot interpret it like in a debate of this nature. My understanding of debated within 14 days means the debate must commence within the 14 days. It doesn't mean that the debate must be concluded within the 14 days. And so we are right to have commenced the debate within the 14 days. But you know the process, and we are dealing with justice. We are not, honorable members, the debate is not ad hominem. We are not debating the person, Honorable Ken Ofori-Atta. No, it's the position, the functions, the duties that we are looking at. not the person. It could have been any person. And that is why in 1999, the person that occupied that position was the one that was called upon, Honorable Kwame Pepra. So please, it's not the person that we are debating. No, the motion is very clear. After consulting leadership, I'm going to inform you the composition of the committee. The committee will be an ad hoc committee specifically for this motion. And the committee is to present the report within 7 days. Within 7 days. The committee, in consultation with leadership, will be chaired by 2 co-chairmen. The co-chairmen are Honorable Dominic Ayine and Honorable K.T. Hammond. The other members are Honorable Samuel Ablakwa, Honorable Dr. Zaneto Ajiman Rollins, and Honorable Bernard Ahiafo. On the majority side, the other members are Honorable Yao Buama, Honorable Emmanuel Anyimedu, and Honorable Ajapa Mesa. So we have 8-member committee, and the clerk to the committee is in the person of Honorable member. Let me finish. When I compose and you are not satisfied, you can raise it. The clerk to the committee is Mr. Puaman Camilo. He is the clerk to the committee. And I said you are to report within 7 days. The House within 7 days. Now, I thought you were quoting the Constitution to me. When he said within 7 days, within 14 days, did he say working days? Did he say sitting days? So why are you trying to force me to add sitting or working? But it is known when you say 7 days, it means 7 working days. Within 7 working days. The proposal is in consultation with leadership. I hope and I pray that this will be accepted by the House. You are a member. You are not, so I'll listen to you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to make a plea that the sittings of the committee be telecast live, giving the nature of the matter, and that it will be made public, just like the Sputnik V hearing, in the spirit of transparency and accountability and social justice and equity. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you remember you took me to Kigali for the Rwanda for the IPU meeting. And Mr. Speaker, the matter and the thing of the World Global IPU meeting was gender parity. How can 138 members who submit 4 names and no female? Mr. Speaker, we brought 4 and we brought a senator, Dr. Senator Ejiman Rollis. You brought 4. Mr. Speaker, they must add 1 female so that the 8-member committee will be consisting of 6 male and 2 female. It cannot be, Mr. Speaker. No.
Yes, honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, we submitted 4 names to you. Mr. Speaker, Emmanuel Animedu entry, as pronounced or as announced by you, Mr. Speaker, was in error, and that error came from us. Mr. Speaker, it should be Kwame Animedu entry. That is my first issue. Issue 2, my respected friend and colleague, Sam George, contends that you should make certain pronouncements. Mr. Speaker, he referred to the Sputnik V committee, of which I chaired, and my respected friend Akando was the vice chair. It wasn't a pronouncement by the chair, but the committee met. The practice is that when such referrals are made, the committee will meet and make certain determinations. So I think that he should hold his energy levels at a very low level. And Mr. Speaker, allow the committee to do its work. I so thank you on that score.
I identified our senior member, Honorable Cletus Aboka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, I don't intend to arrest your decision or ruling. But I want to leave this chamber with a clear mind. If we are talking about censorship on a minister, in my view, that is captured in Article 82 of the Constitution and Order 108 of the Standing Orders of Parliament. 108. If you look
108.
Yes, 108. If you look at these two, the Constitution, Article 82, and the Standing Orders, Order 108, there's nothing about formation of a committee to resolve this matter. It is in respect of the removal of a speaker under Order 107 that deals with the formation of a committee. So if we have to appoint a committee of this nature, what would be the terms of reference for us to do this work? I will respectfully invite you to revisit Articles 82 and Standing Order 108 and let us know where the authority or the reference to a committee comes from. The mandate, where does it come from? With the greatest respect. And what would be the terms of reference?
Honorable Cletus Aboka, a very senior member of Parliament, read Order 106. The short title says, votes of censure and removal. It proceeds to say, 1. The House may pass a resolution to remove the President, the Vice President, Mr. Speaker, and the Deputy Speakers, and a vote of censure on a Minister of State. The House may consider such motion and come to a decision or refer it to a committee on a motion made by any member. Honorable member, I've heard you, I've seen you, I know you. When you talk about the House, the person leading the House is the Speaker. The House itself cannot refer a thing to a committee. It's not done anywhere in the world. It's the Speaker who refers matters to committees. And they used to call the committees the Speaker's Committee. Why? Because the Committee of Selection is chaired by the Speaker. And it is the Speaker that, through the leadership, will compose the committees and bring it to the House for approval. Please, you need to learn and learn fast. Honorable members, again, I repeat, we have set up a committee of 8. The committee will have to report within 7 days. My colleague, Honorable Cletus Avoka, was talking about terms of the committee. Clearly, he himself referred to the Constitution and the standing orders. When you set up committees of Parliament and you are referring things to them, what are the terms of the committees? It's the Constitution and the standing orders. So what terms are you talking about? I don't want to debate you on this issue, but I think you are completely out of order. Honorable members, I so direct, and I expect that within 7 days we get the report from the committee, then the House will be properly positioned to conclude the debate on the matter. Then, please, leadership, get your team ready for the final debate. With this, I want to thank all of you for supporting the House to do what I believe is the right thing. This will guide us in the new standing orders to detail out the procedure. And so please, Standing Orders Committee, kindly take note. With this, I'm grateful to all of you. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Speaker, I believe we've exhausted the business for the day, so we can take an adjournment. At this stage, we do not need to move a motion for adjournment.
You are referring to item 9. Item 9.
Mr. Speaker, I believe we can defer it and do it tomorrow. Tomorrow.
Honorable Majority Leader, you have moved for the adjournment.
No, Mr. Speaker, I reminded
that it's long past 2 o'clock, so we don't require a formal motion for adjournment. So you can adjourn the House.
Honorable members. Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, so we are in your hands. It's just to urge my colleagues to stay in the chamber, members of at my back, the minority. Thank you.
Honorable members, the sense of the House is for us to take an adjournment. Looking at the time, I proceed to adjourn the House to tomorrow at 10 in the forenoon. The House is accordingly adjourned.